Okay, test, test. Test 1, test 2. Let's see. Test 1, test 2, test 3. See if this is actually picking up on this mic. See if this audio is any better. Okay. I'm going to go to the stream because I want to hear the audio. Okay. And we'll get ready to get started in just 1 second. I just want to listen to the audio just to make sure how this mic sounds. Okay, pull this up. Go to the live. Test, test. All right, this sounds good. Okay. So I'm going to keep an eye out on the chat. So now since we got the live stream going, let's share my screen. Pull up the window. Let's see. Okay. Pull this back up. Okay. Okay, it looks like you can see Callie, and we got Mr. Robot. Okay, so we're going to start from the beginning, and we're going to go through a little course on showing you what a CTF is and how everything's set up. So let's start with, let's go back to VMware. Okay, and we're going to go view, we'll go full screen. Okay, and let's minimize this down. Okay, this is the Mr. Robot CTF. We got this. Let's go to Mozilla here. Let's open up a new tab. And what I want to show you here is, okay, so first, what is a CTF? So let's go. What is a CTF? There's different types of CTFs, okay? So see right here, Wikipedia, capture the flag in cybersecurity, okay? So let's just see what Wikipedia says. Okay, so if we read this, it says capture the flag, CTF. It's right here, capture the flag. Okay, in computer security, it's an exercise in which participants attempt to find text strings called flags, which are secretly hidden and purposely vulnerable programs or websites. They can be used for both competitive or educational purposes, which we will be learning for educational purposes. And two main variations of CTFs. Participants either steal flags from other participants, which is attack or defense style CTFs, or let's go here, or from organizations. Where did that say? Start back up here. Sorry about that. Okay. See, or from organizers, a Jeopardy style challenge. A mixed competition combines these two styles. Competitions can include hiding flags and hardware devices, and they can both be online or in person, and can be advanced or entry level. So some of these would be similar, like Hack the Box, which is online activities that you can freely sign up for. They also have a VIP area. So just to show you that, there's tons of CTFs. So let's see, we'll go, let's do Hack the Box. And then there's also Try Hack Me. So I'll show you these. Try Hack Me. Hack the Box, I would say, is not. It can be user friendly because they got Hack the Box Academy now that you can actually go through, and it'll teach you on how to do some of these boxes and be able to finish the challenges. So if you see, your cyber performance, your cyber performance center. So if we come down here, see, we provide a human first platform. It's going slow again. I'm sorry. We provide a human-first platform creating and maintaining high-performing cybersecurity individuals and organizations. Now, the thing is, so they got business and individuals. So let's do individuals. Solutions for all cybersecurity domains. And they got some advertisements and stuff here. See, from military operator to head of cyber threat intelligence, Gary's story. So this is telling a success story about Gary here. Solutions for all cybersecurity domains. So they're doing some advertisement and stuff. Let's see. They actually see a lot of advertisements here. Thing is, though, it's an online platform. You hack your way in. Once you get your access token, once you hack yourself in, now you can play in the tournaments as well, be able to work on the devices. So let's go here and let me show you another one, which is Try Hack Me. This one here is a little more user-friendly, especially for, it's not user-friendly, it's just more for beginners. So if you see, Try Hack Me, cybersecurity training, and then there's learning paths. And what's nice about this is there's a free and a paid platform. The thing is, they actually give you step-by-step tutorials on how to finish. See, upskill in cybersecurity with Try Hack Me, hands-on cybersecurity training through real-world scenarios. See, you can join for free right there. See, launch and progress your career, web-based platform, 800 plus labs and challenges. Bite-sized, see, gamified lessons. Learning cybersecurity on Try Hack Me is fun and addictive. Earn points by answering questions, taking on challenges, and maintaining your hacking streak through short lessons. So you can learn and practice. Learn by following a structured path and reinforce your skills in a real-world environment by completing guided, objective-based tasks and challenges. Now, what's nice about this is they're all online, and you can go through the training materials and all that. So another great resource. Now, what we're going to be using, but it kind of gives you an idea what a CTF is. So what we're going to be using is VulnHub. So if you look here, we're going to go to VulnHub, and I'll show you the walkthrough in a minute. VulnHub. Now, if you see here, vulnerable by design. So these are images, operating systems, and OVAs, which is for virtual machines, and you can load these up, and they're meant to be exploited on purpose. These are for testing and learning, and they're like I said, they're like games in a way, but again, you're using hacking techniques to be able to solve these issues. So if you look here, we've got the single. These are single versions. You got a series. They got different series, like a matrix series, and then there's a timeline, and then you can hit all. So if we hit all here, now again, they haven't updated this in a while. It looks like Matrix Breakout 2 Morpheus, July, which was July 11th of 2022. Because with everything online now, that's what a lot of people went to. What's nice about these are you can download these images and you can locally play them on your computer without having any internet access, even though internet access is very useful. Okay, so Matrix Breakout 2 Morpheus. If you see here, it tells you the release date, tells you who created it, Jovelle. This is the series called the Matrix Breakout. This is the download. This is the OVA. This is telling you how big it is. It's 805 megabytes. If we scroll down, see, this is the second in the Matrix Breakout series, subtitled Morpheus 1. It's themed as a throwback to the first Matrix movie. You play Trinity, trying to investigate a computer on the Nebuchadnezzar that Cypher has locked everyone else out from, which holds the key to a mystery. It tells you the difficulty. It's medium to hard. You scroll down, it gives you the file information. This is good to know, because if you see this MD5 hash, anytime you download something, you want to check the hash to make sure that they match. If they don't, that means it's probably either corrupted or it's been compromised. So the thing is, always check your MD5 hash or your SHA-1 hash. You'll be able to see this information when you download. It's telling you, so it's a virtual machine. The operating system that it's going to be running is Linux. And if we look here, this is the network setup that you can set up for your networking. So DHCP service is going to be enabled. Your IP address is automatically assigned to you. However, you can statically make one yourself. So this is where you get the image from, okay? This will be your attack target. Now, you need to also get Kali Linux, which is what we're going to be using as our attack device. So if you come to type in Kali Linux, it shows you right here. Kali Linux is a penetration testing and ethical hacking platform and operating system. Now, if you go here, you can download it. There's documentation that tells you about it. It's the most advanced penetration testing distribution ever. And you'll see once I show you exactly what Kali is, but this is where you would get it from. You scroll down, you click download here. So you're going to choose your platform. And if you notice, it's cross-platform across all platforms. So if we look here, why is it not doing it? Scroll, scroll, scroll. My scroll mouse ain't working. So installer images, which is here, or you can use virtual machines, which is recommended. If you want to do a full image, do the images. I would recommend the virtual machine. So if you hit recommended virtual machines, see, these are pre-built virtual machines, and it's actually going to tell you about each one. So you pick your operating system, so 64-bit, 32-bit. And for us, we're going to be using, if it'll scroll down, why it's not wanting to do it, I don't know. Here, let's see. Let's make this smaller, maybe. I'm in full screen, so I don't know why it's not wanting. My mouse is giving me a pain now. I had an issue earlier. Right here, though, we're going to do VMware. So if I click on here, see, it's going to come in a 7-zip file. It's going to be 3.1 gigs large. And once we get done with it, you're just going to save it. Once you save it to your computer, we'll open it up, and then I'll show you where you would open, how you would run it, okay? So we're going to go okay here. So that's here. Now, the next thing we need is the virtual machine. So on this one, you're going to go VMware Workstation. Now, what's nice about this is VMware Workstation now is free. Now, when I say free, it's free for personal use. If you're trying to use this for commercial use, you have to purchase a license. But VMware was nice enough to now offer this version for free for training and all that. Before, there was only the player. So now, if we come over here, let's see. I'm trying to see where they got the download section at. They got the VMware desktop hypervisors. We don't need to worry about the cookies. See, download Fusion or Workstation. Fusion is for Mac, Workstation is for Windows. So we're going to go to the download here. I'm not downloading any of this because I've already got it installed. I'm just showing you where you can get this information. Okay, going through. You may have to sign up for a free account before they let you download. So I'm checking. It looks like it's trying to have me sign in. But I do know there's a free download that you can get it. I would have pulled the link, but I don't have the link. I'm just trying to look it up online here. All right. Well, it's VMware Workstation. So if you type it in, you'll be able to see the download it. So what I'm going to show you here, though, is how all this is actually going to be put together. So if you notice right here, in here, let's see. Okay. I'm going to go VM And I'm going to make it view. We're going to go smallest screen. Because what I want to show you here, this is VMware, okay? This software right here. Now, if we go view, and I want to look at my library, customize. Okay. This microphone keeps getting in my way. Okay. So if you see here, and we're looking, this is my library. These are all the virtual machines I've got installed locally on my computer. So if you see, I have Kali, I have GNS3, which is a networking platform that you can practice networking and stuff, all virtualized. You also have EvenG, which is another networking platform that you can simulate and create your own, a full-blown network with routers, servers, backends, devices, firewalls. So it's very, we'll get into that later once we get into more networking. EvenG's labs. Here's Mr. Robot that we're running. There's a forensics lab, some more GNS3, some more labs that I'm working for my classes and stuff that I'll be providing. So that's pretty much this part. So now the way this works is, if we go to Kali and I go to settings, and I want to see if you can see this part, which I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for 1 second. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to come back here. I wanted to do this on a second monitor. So what we're going to do is, we're going to come back. I'm going to open this back up. And I'm going to share my screen again. Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't have my chat open. Hey, Ging, nice to see you. I'm sitting here going through a tutorial on showing some hacking stuff. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go back to the window. We're going to open up Kali again. Okay. Now let's see. Can we still see me? Yes. Okay. So pretty much what we're going to do here is, I made a walkthrough, and this is a CTF. So just what I'm trying to explain to everybody. So let's get back here. Okay. If we go here to my Mr. Robot, we're going to minimize this down. Okay. This is the walkthrough guide. Now, if you look here, this is where we went on VulnHub. If you see here, and I got the PDF that I can share if anybody wants this and wants to play along. So the thing is, after you get your hardware all set up, and I'll make another video that I can see here and show you step by step if anybody has any issues. So you got to get VMware first. Then you're going to get Kali Linux, which is what we're in right now. And I'm going to step you through and give you a little rundown of it. And then you're going to get the Mr. Robot. So this is Mr. Robot at this link here. Now I showed you on VulnHub. So once you download all that, you're going to install it in VMware. Now, we're going to close this. And what we're going to do is, let's minimize this down. This is Kali Linux. So if you look at this device, let's see, let's go full screen again, view. This is easier when I'm on 2 monitors. Okay. So if you notice here, we got Kali, right? And then we got Mr. Robot. Now, if we click in here, this is our attack. So this is our victim, okay? So what we're going to do is attack this victim. So think of this as another computer on a network, okay? This could be your home computer. So you can pretend that, okay? This is your home computer, and I'm going to be the adversary, and I'm going to hack you. Now, here's your login. So I'm like, oh, you know what? I want to log into your computer. The thing is, though, I don't know your password. So I'm going to have to guess at it. Now, this is going to take forever if I had to do this, and it's very hard, and it's encrypted most of the time. Or sometimes if you're secure, you're using a password manager, which is going to make it very hard for me to guess the password. However, if I can find a way to get inside your network or on your device, I can escalate my privileges and figure out how I can attack the system to gain at least a foothold and some access on it. So here, let's say in the login, we want to say, we're going to guess, right? So we say root. Let's guess a password. Let's all say password. So PASSWORD. Okay, let's see. Well, let me log in. Whoop, got it wrong. So it's incorrect. Let's guess one more. So let's say maybe it's admin. Maybe you're an admin, right? And then your password, we're going to say password again. PASSWORD. Now it's going to be incorrect again. Now the thing is, I can see here and kind of do this, but most of the time, if you got good security, after about 5 times, you're probably going to lock the system because you don't know the password, because you don't want somebody getting unauthorized access to your computer trying to guess a password. And the thing is, we're not going to do all that. We're going to make it a little bit, somewhat easier, but we want to show you how true hackers would actually get into a system. So I'm going to come back here. Oh, sorry about that, Ging. Yeah, let's do this. Right click. The girls were teaching me this earlier. So we come here. We're going to add you as a moderator, and we'll give you a standard. And there you go. Now you should have a moderator role. Okay. So now what we're going to do here is we're going to step through, and I'm going to step you every step of the way how we're going to gain access to this device. So we come back over here to Kaye. First thing we're going to do is we got to, right here, this is called a terminal. In Windows, it would be called a command prompt, but we're in Linux, so this is called a terminal. Now, if you notice here, I wrote down every single step. Step 1, step 2. So if you follow along, you should be able to guess this. Now, well, you should be able to finish this CTF, okay? So the way that we're going to first start out is, I just want to let people know, if you notice in my settings here, in the Kaye and in Mr. Robot, I have them set on a virtual network, which is the same network, so they can communicate with one another. So what we're going to do here is, on a Windows computer, you would type in ipconfig, okay? So what we're going to do is, we type in ifconfig, right? Ifconfig to find your IP address on a Linux computer. So if we type here, now I'm going to show you something else. When we're doing our tabs, this is our shortcuts. You can right click, we can rename the session, okay? Or we can open a new tab, okay? So what we're going to do here is we're going to rename this session. And what we're going to do here is we're going to call this ifconfig. Because another thing I would like people to do is, in Cherry Tree, which is this, you can open up your own Cherry Tree and you can take notes and you can take screenshots. And I tell people to document your work during a CTF, because these are great notes that you can go back and access later. And you'll come across CTFs where you're like, oh, wait, I remember doing a challenge like this before. And if you're in a live engagement, you can look at your notes and reference them. So it's always good. Any good pen tester always takes very, very good notes, very detailed notes, and whatever works for you. Because even in an actual pen test for a company, you're going to have to write up a report at the end. No company's going to pay you just so you can go hack their network. There's a scope of project. You write a contract, an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, and they're going to tell you, this is what you can touch, this is what you can't touch. This is inbound, this is out of bounds. And if you step out of scope of that project, you will be prosecuted by the law. Oh, and speaking of, I mentioned this in the other video, but I don't know if people heard me, but this one should be more clear. Anything that I'm going to teach is for educational purposes only. I'm teaching ethical hacking. I do not support nor condone any unethical hacking or misuse of any of this information. In the United States and even outside the United States, if you're into 5 eyes or the 13 eyes, you will be prosecuted by the United States government or certain foreign countries that could be allies with the United States. any unwanted or unauthorized use of any device, or when I say unauthorized use, which would be not just scanning can be passive, but if you get on another device without written or authorized permission, that is illegal. If you remove any information off somebody else's device, that is illegal. In the United States, if you're an American and you do that, you are looking at a minimum of 30 years federal prison. And it does not matter your age. They will prosecute you as an adult. So kids, don't do, you can, that's why I'm showing you in a lab environment. It's safe, it's secure, it's isolated from the rest of our network. So if you did exploit something, you're not going to damage your computers or anybody else in your house, because we will use some exploits where it could spread a virus, or we could put some malware. So the more I'm trying to just show everybody how we can isolate this and do it in a safe, protected environment. This is a virtual machine. So if you destroy it, it don't matter. We can recreate a new one. So that's what's nice about this. But if you do this in a live environment and you're out on the actual internet and you try to hack a website or you do whatever, I do not condone that. And if somebody does do that, I don't feel sorry for you. And I'll be the first one to call the authorities, because I do not condone that at all. What we are is, again, we're ethical. And I'm also here to teach everybody how to better secure your information and how to harden your information. So this could be very beneficial for everyone involved. And I'm trying to get back to my, okay, Control Alt Tab, stream. Oh, Star's live too. Oh, okay. I might have to go check out Star too. Yeah. Ging is one of the people that should be in the description of this video. I put a lot of the streamers that I put that are over in the Philippines, and they sing the karaoke. Ging is one of them. She's really good. I met her and Star. They were one of the first communities I kind of came involved with. And again, very great community, very great people. They're all very welcome and warm. So I would say, yeah, if you guys get a chance, go check them out. She's known as Gingsman Cell. So if you type that in Google, you should possibly be able to find her YouTube channel. Star is known as Star Tala, Tala. So this is for my American friends. If you get a chance, definitely go check them out. And they do like to promote other people and themselves as well. So if you do have a YouTube channel, a lot of times they'll more than likely promote you. Hey, check out this person's channel. Hey, go check them out. Whatever. So it is free promotion and stuff. I don't recommend people go over and just start spamming just so you can get advertisement. I'm trying to just letting people know it's a good community, very nice people, very friendly. They sing awesome. Again, it's always fun. So I just want to let people know, definitely go check them out. Another situation I do want to recommend too, there is a time difference. So right now it's 10:19 a.m. my time. EST. I'm on the East Coast in the United States. I'm in Florida. However, with them in the Philippines, it's a 12-hour difference. So it's like 10 at night for them. So if you do want to watch their streams, if they stream during the day, which would be convenient for most Americans, definitely go check them out. Now, if you're hardcore like me and you're a night owl, you should be able to find them all wee hours of the night, because they do, a lot of them stream. And like I said, you can find your favorite streamer, give them some love, give them some support. And I think you guys actually have a fun time. So for that one, there's so many people to mention. So that's why I tried to put a list. And by the way, anybody, if your name's not listed in my description, I totally apologize. I will be adding some others. And in my future videos, I will be adding links. So you guys can actually follow the links and go check out these communities. All right. So let's see where we were. Okay. So ifconfig. So if we come back down here, we're going to open up our command prompt. Okay. So ifconfig, I've renamed it, and we're going to type in the command here. So ifconfig. Now, if you notice, the information that it gave us back is, if you scroll up to the top, you're going to see it says ETH0. This is my device, my wireless device that I have hooked up on this virtual machine. Now, the thing is, this is the IP address. Now, some people will say, oh no, you're advertising your IP address. You're going to get hacked. That would be incorrect. because this is a virtual machine. So therefore, I have this set up in a network, which is a virtual network, and I gave it an IP range. And the reason I did that is I like security. I have a name scheme. So from like 100 to I think it's 155 is the way I labeled it. Any devices with that number I know is my virtual environment. If an IP address popped up outside that range, that's a foreign IP address. Since I don't know that address, I have an intrusion detection system that's set up that will notify me. So therefore, it could be a hacker. It could be some other application that's got access to my computer. So again, we try to harden it. But for right now, this 131 is my Kali Linux box. Now you got to remember, we also have, this is called IPv4. This next address down here is called IPv6. We'll get into that later when I do some more of my training. So if you guys stick around when we do the networking, we're going to get deep. And this will actually be Cisco CCNA certification. So if you actually follow it, you could get a certification in Cisco. So that's what the content's going to actually cover. Now, if you notice here, there's a net mask, and it says 255, 255, 255.0. Now, to give you an idea what this is a gateway to get out. There's 255 addresses, okay? So it goes from 0 to 255. 254 is called a loop back, and we'll get into more detail on that. Now, if you notice here, we're going to scroll down. Okay. So if you notice here, a loop back running. See? 127.0.0.1. All you got to remember is this is considered your local address. This is a home address. Okay? Now, that's the networking side of things. And again, I'm not trying to get too super technical because I will cover all this in easier explainable detail. So now what we're going to do is that's our address. So if you notice, our Kali Linux address is 131 right there. Okay. So now we got to find Mr. Robot. Now he's on our network. So we're going to use this command called netdiscover. Now if we come back over here, we're going to open a new tab. So it's Control-Shift-T. Okay. That's the shortcut, or you can go File, New Tab. And then we're going to rename it. And we're going to call this netdiscover. Okay, so now on netdiscover, we're going to paste what we just put in here. Okay, so right here, netdiscover is the command. Dash I is the interface. And remember, Ethernet 0, as we saw here, Ethernet 0 is my Wi-Fi card, okay, and my virtual machine. So what we're telling it is, we wanted to do a netdiscover command on this interface of Ethernet 0. Now let's see what it pops up. Now it's starting to scan, and if you notice, it's going through the addresses 196.168.4.0. Now notice .5, .6. Now if you look here, remember we are 168, 148, 131. Okay. So this is going to run through all these addresses. Now, hopefully what it should give us is going to be this output that we're going to see here. Right here. Now, once it comes back, I want to break it down for you. 192.168.148.1 is our router, okay? .1. And it usually goes in numerical order. So the next device that comes on could be your laptop, your desktop. So it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 255, 254. Okay. So the thing is, you might have a laptop, you might have a PS5, you have your phone. Once those devices disconnect, it'll reassign a new IP address unless you make it static. So you can assign an IP address for every single device and hard code it that your router will remember. However, we'll get more into that as well in the networking class. But all you need to realize is, remember, 254 is our loop back. 130 is going to be, with mine, it's going to change each time when it connects. But 130 is our Kali. This is our router. And if you notice over here, it says VMware. That's because we're in a virtual machine. If this wasn't a virtual machine, it would actually have your vendor's hardware. So HP or whatever, Asus, whatever your laptop is, or your desktop, or whatever type of card that it's looking for. It's like a Wi-Fi card. It'll give information here. But if you notice, there's one address here we don't recognize, 129. And this is going to make sense in just a second. So let's come back over here to NetDiscover. Still running through the network, so we just got to wait. See, now we got some popping up. Hey, Vicky. Yeah, this is going to be, this will be technical. However, it's very beginner friendly. And that's what I'm trying to say. We're going to start from beginner, very basic beginner, all the way up to advanced stuff. The reason that we're doing the CTF is I'm just trying to get people an idea of how an actual hacker works. How do they think? The tools that they use, how do they compromise devices? And in this CTF, let's say you had a WordPress site. I'm just going to give you a couple of spoilers in the Mr. Robot CTF. There's 3 flags that are hidden. This operating system is vulnerable on purpose. Again, it's for educational use. Now, the thing is, we're going to find these flags. Thing is, there's a WordPress site that's being hosted on this device. They're an Apache server. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to attack that WordPress site. Now, again, the stuff that I'm showing people is this can be used in real world. However, if most people should have their WordPress site secured. And these types of attacks are very known. And if somebody has these configurations and settings on a WordPress site, they shouldn't be having a WordPress site. Because I'm going to show you where passwords are hidden in WordPress. We're also going to see how we can escalate and brute force a password. And there's settings that you can set up in WordPress that would actually stop these types of attacks. And that's what I want to cover at the very end of this. Once we get through the CTF, I'm going to go back and explain how we could harden this system so these attacks could not happen. So not only we're going to learn 2 things. We're learning attack, and we're also going to learn defense. So I'm showing you how to break it, but I'm also going to show you how to secure it so this don't happen. Now, in the real world, people aren't here to hold your hand. And there are misconfigurations, and a lot of it's human error. It's usually typos. It could be coding issues. It could be a misconfiguration if somebody didn't set up correctly in a firewall. So again, that's all exploits are. They're mistakes. And sometimes when you compromise a computer, you're making code do stuff that the developer or the engineer wasn't thinking at that time, or didn't even possibly know that you can manipulate this code. And by manipulating the code, it's kind of like a car. You can buy a car, and yeah, it might say 110 on the speedometer. But what if you went out and you souped up your car, right? You took the engine apart and you started modifying it and rebuilt that engine. You can now actually make it do something that it was not designed to do. So therefore, like overclocking a processor on a computer, you can do the same thing. Same thing with a car. There's thresholds. Now, you don't want to blow your car up, but your car can go faster than 110. You can idle it, make it much faster. Same thing with a computer. You can modify and make your hardware do things that it wasn't designed to do. Now, I'm not always saying it's safe, because you can't overheat your computer. You can catch it on fire. But the same thing with code. You can manipulate code and have it do things that the system or the server wasn't expecting to happen. And that's how we exploit these devices. So, moving forward, we now know we got our information here. And let's see. Now, let's see. Here we are. Okay. So, back here. All right. So, we got our information here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to move forward. Now we saw 129 by our net discover. Well, 133, that's us, but we also found Mr. Robot on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to find that address, okay? Now, the next thing we're going to do before we actually look at the Mr. Robot website that's hosted on this box, we're going to do a scan. Now, this is a network tool that all network engineers use. And what we do is it's going... Okay, I want to show you all this first. I think it's got... Yeah, let's do this. I want to explain ports, okay? So look, we're going to go common, TCP, UDP ports. Now there's 65,535 ports. Now the reason I'm saying this is you could try to memorize all them, but good luck. Unless you got a photographic memory, most people can't remember all those ports. So I'm going to show you common ports. Let's see. Common ports. Here we go. Ultimate list. We'll look at Station X. See what they've got. This is a cheat sheet. So now if we look through them, a port is a protocol that all computers, I don't care if you got a Windows, Linux, Google Chrome, whatever operating system you're using, all computers are going to communicate through these same ports. So port 80 is HTTP. So when you get on the internet, as you look here, we're going to be able to see our list. Okay, let's scroll up. All right. Well-known ports. So if you notice, these well-known system ports are 0 through 1023. Now you could memorize all 1023. I'm going to say the more you do this, you're going to get familiar with ports. And you're going to see a lot of these. Oh, I hate pop-ups. Okay, let's go back up. Okay. All right. So if we look through here, port number 7, that's an echo port. Okay, it's TCP, UDP, it's an echo service. You got this one charging. I'm not really sure exactly what that one is. So let's scroll down. Okay, FTP, file transfer protocol. This is when you upload files to a server. This is what you would use. So that's port 21. Port 22, anybody has a website, you usually use SSH. It's a secure shell. So if you're trying to do a remote connection to a server, you're connecting, see, you transfer over it on port forwarding, and it's the secure shell on port 22. Telnet, which some people still use, but it's very obsolete, is the way we used to connect to the network. And it was a very slow connection. It's very insecure. It's Telnet. It was on port 23. You got SMTP on port 25. This is a mail server. See, the simple mail transfer protocol used for email routing between mail servers. So if you're using like a Windows server, Exchange server, any type of mail server, you're using SMTP. And phones as well, when you guys get your text messages, are using, it's not SMTP, but it's a form of a web socket. Okay. So if we go, here's Whois, like Whois, see, Whois service, which is a Whois lookup. That's on port 43. We go down, DNS, very, very popular. DNS is the domain name system resolver. So you got to remember, computers only know IP addresses, right? MAC addresses. It only knows binary, zeros and one, hexadecimal, okay? DNS is the way you see Google. If you typed 8.8.8.8, that is a Google server. Now, the thing is, everybody can't remember all these IP addresses. So computers made it simple for humans, just like machine code. We can't read machine code. So therefore, we have this shell. Windows is called System 32. They use that shell to speak to the computer, okay? And we're not talking at the computer, we're talking about at the core level, okay? That's all binary, zeros and ones. So when you type your keys in, you understand that's hex value. So when you're saying hello, the computer don't understand HELLO. It knows the hexadecimal characters. But for human form, you see hello out on the screen. DNS does the same thing for IP addresses. While you're typing in google.com, it's going to a DNS server, it's looking it up, and it's finding the IP address, and it's telling your browser, hey, this is Google. So now it redirects you. So it's helpful for humans. That's what DNS does. We got DHCP, which is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. We're going to go through a couple more here. Like, remember when I mentioned Microsoft Exchange server? Microsoft Exchange, the ISO transport service is on 102. Kerberos, we got POP3. Let's get down to, actually, we already passed it up. Let's go to 80. Okay, right there. Port 80, HTTP. Anybody that uses your browser, if you look up in the left-hand corner in your browser bar, it's going to say HTTPS or HTTPS. Now, HTTP, if you see, it's the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It uses TCP in versions 1 and 2. It's HTTP 3 uses the quick service. We'll go into more detail on this later, but it's a transport protocol on top of UDP. It's an extra level of security. Now, HTTPS we know is secure because it's encrypted. So if we go here, see that's 80. So if we go down here in the 400s, keep passing it up. 443. Notice HTTPS, which is HTTP over SSL secure socket layer. It's the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and it's secure. So every time when you go on your browser, you want to make sure it's an HTTPS. You'll see a little lock over in the left-hand corner showing you that that website's secure. And if it's a website, normally they have a certificate that they use, which is the secure socket layer certificate. That's what makes it secure, and it encrypts. So these are some basic protocols. So I just wanted to go over that, hopefully give you a better understanding. So now, if we come back over here to Mr. Robot, we're going to do an mmap scan. Now, this is going to check those ports. Now, I'm going to go here. We're going to copy this. And the way I'm showing you all this, this is the way, if you want to do the CTF, kind of follow the way I do, because this is kind of basic beginner. After a while, you're going to learn how to do this stuff with, it's always good to take notes, like I said, in Cherry Tree. However, you'll learn these commands. It's just like walking. You had to crawl before you could walk. So if you notice here, -A, -SC, and -PN, notice they're case sensitive. So you got uppercase, lowercase. -A is going to enable the operating system detection version and detection, script scanning, and trace routes. -SC is the equivalent to a script default. So it's going to be able to run some scripts. -PN, it's not going to send ICMP packets. And we'll get more into that later. There's more commands that I wrote here, some more useful flags. It'd be more into our networking class that when we get into, but you got TCP send scan, P, remember the ports? You can specify specific ports you want to scan, or maybe a certain range. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back up here to iconfig, Control-Shift-T, Control-Shift-T opens up a new tab. And what we're going to do here is we're going to right click, we're going to rename this. And what we're going to do is say nmap. And what's great about doing the tabs is when you're making notes, you can go back and look and be like, oh yeah, this is the information I found here when you're doing your reconnaissance. So what we're going to do is we're going to paste our selection here. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste our target machine. Okay. So our IP, if you remember, is 131. There was a I think it's 133 if I'm correct. Yeah, let's go back. Okay. So we're going to go 192.168.148.133, right? Just want to make sure that's not us. Okay, I think it's 133. Okay, so this should be the Mr. Robot. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit enter, and let's see what comes up. So it's starting to scan. This might take a minute. Okay. Pull this back up. And see what information it comes back with. I want to say it was 133. And on this to double check, we're going to run another net discover. Okay. So let's go Control Shift T, because I closed that tab and I don't know if I got the information because I don't want to get anybody confused here. So net discover. All right. Yep. Net discover -I Ethernet 0. Okay. Be nice if I could type. If you hit up, that'll automatically autofill your last command. It's Ethernet 0, not O. So we're going to let this scan again. I just want to make sure I got the right address. And actually, yes, it was the right address. So let's rename this session. And we're going to put net discover because I just wanted to double check and make sure we had the right one. But we're correct. And now I want to show you the ports here. Okay. So we're going to put net discover because we're doing it in order. So we got our ifconfig, which was our IP address, which was 131. We're running to net discover. But if you notice, when it comes back, it's going to tell us it was 133 for Mr. Robot. So if you see, I did a scan. Now, this scan that we're doing, it's very noisy. So if you're trying to be a stealthy hacker, you just gave yourself away. And I can tell you right now, this type of scan in a real world environment, you would have just let the admins and the security team know you're there. You pretty much went through running down the halls, banging on all the doors, going, "Hey, everybody, I'm here." Boom, 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 boom. And you made so much noise, you got their attention. So that's what I'm trying to say. This is a very noisy scan. Later, we're going to get into the more stealthier scans. And then we're also going to learn about evasion techniques on how to get around firewalls and security mechanisms that are in place. But right now, we're just starting with basics and we'll work our way up there. Again, I want to show you all some real world scenarios. Okay. So if you notice here in this nmap scan, remember we learned port 22 is SSH, right? A secure shell. This port is closed. But if you notice here, port 80, that is TCP, but notice HTTP. It's unsecure, remember? But it's how we connect to the internet. That means they must be running a website. If you notice, they are, because it's being hosted on a Apache server, which is a web server. And if we look here on 443, remember, that's HTTPS. It's got a secure socket layer, and it's also running Apache. But remember, we also said we wanted to learn about the operating system. So it's giving me back information about this system. If you notice here, device type, it's running Linux. Hey, well, we know what type of operating system this is. It could have been Windows. It could have been something else. But now we know it's Linux. And it's giving us a guess of 3.0 to 4.0. And there's so many flavors of Linux, it could be anything. However, they gave us the kernel. So if you notice here, it's telling us the kernel 3. If you look at the details, it's either Linux 3.10 to 4.11. So therefore, we got a little range. Now, if you think like a hacker does, maybe there's vulnerabilities or there was some patches that somebody maybe didn't update. And that's why you should always update your system. Same thing with Windows or Windows 11, Windows 10, because if you don't keep up with your updates, people can find out, gee, what version are you running? Well, if you're running an older version of Windows 10 and it wasn't updated, or an older version of Windows 11, there might be vulnerabilities out there. And this is why I want to show you. The next website we're going to go to, okay, is, oh, my brain just went blank. Oh my goodness. Why is my brain not working right now? I went completely blank. It's, Oh, I'm dumb. Exploit database. Exploit database. Now, security researchers use this all the time. So again, everything I'm showing you is all ethical. Everybody can look at this. Anybody can look at it. Most people don't know about it because they don't do pen testing. Exploit database. If you want to find out and keep up with current exploits that's going on out in the wild, malware, different types of attacks, this is a database. Now, this database is also used in another tool that we use in hacking called Metasploit. And we'll get into that later. Now, if you notice here, we can look by date. Now, if you notice, this is July 1st of 2024. It's telling you the name of a vendor and what type of attacks were used. So if you notice, this is a web app. The platform is PHP, which means it's a server which has a database to it. The author who wrote about this exploit, these are security researchers, so they're letting people know, hey, there's this security exploit out there. They usually tell the vendor, and the engineers and the developers can patch it. Now, the thing is, they do have a time limit, 30 to 90 days. Now, sometimes there are white papers that are released that you gave the company plenty of time, and this is a situation we call bug bounties. People get paid to find vulnerabilities in platforms, and Google and all these other platforms pay people to find these bugs. Now, once you report the bug to them, you got to give them time to fix it. Now, the thing is, you can make very good money. There's low-lying fruit, but then there's some more advanced attacks. If you're trying to go after Google and stuff, good luck. Those are not easy because they're giving you consent to do real-world hacks on their live systems. So that's what's cool about it. But there's platforms you could sign up for. And again, you have to stay in the ethical range. If you don't, you will get banned from the platform and you will get prosecuted. But what's great about this is you could type in any vendor here. So we could type in, let's say Cisco, okay? Cisco, if you know, makes hardware devices, routers, switches. So let's see. So if you notice here, this was back on 2024, March 12th. This is Cisco Firepower Management Center. So if you click on this, it's going to give us more detail about these type of exploit. Now, again, I don't expect everybody to understand all this. I'm just showing you the information that's out there. That's why I'm trying to tell people your information is out on the internet. If you have any social media, it is public information. And I'll show you a tool in just a second, how anybody can look up your information. You can look up other people's too, but we're going to just say, look up your own information and see what's out there on the internet. Just do a Google search, but I'm going to show you another tool we can use. Okay, if you notice here, these are called CVEs, okay? It's telling you about the exploit, the type, and all this. Now let's look at the white papers of what it says here. So if you notice, this is an exploit title, Firepower Management Center. It's telling us about import requests, and it's a JSON format. JSON is just another format of coding on the way stuff is laid out, okay? It sets the variables for the URL, which is the link, the username and the password for the FMC web service interface. It's showing you, this is an example. When you go to this link, this is where it's a web app. So what it is, it's a login page that lets you log in. Now notice, this is a demo. They're saying this user could be admin Cisco 123. This is going to create a request session to handle cookies. Now you got to remember, when you type in a password, your browser remembers the cookies. So it's saying it's going to set this as false. So it's saying, oh, it don't want to remember the request. But if you look down here, there's tokens that's sent that can be secured to make sure the connection's secure. This token right here, this FMC URL, is going through this FMC platform. It's giving you, see, to generate the token. So it sends a post, right? So that server is sending a post request to the API, which is the device that's going to give you it's going to generate this secure token for you. Now, the thing is, if we can grab this token, we can do a session hijack. So therefore, that session that you have open, if I can get that same token, I'm now on your session. So now think of a bigger scenario here. let's say this was a banking application. You're logged into your bank. You went through a secure connection, but I was able to get that session cookie or that token. That means I am now you. The bank don't know the difference between me and you. So anything you're doing on your bank, I've got access to, which means I got your account information. I can do withdrawals. That's what I'm trying to say. We don't do that because we're ethical. However, it can be done. And I'm not going to go into a lot of that type of detail because that's when you were getting into NDAs. And again, I don't really have any research. I don't do any banking and stuff like that. But I will just let you know, banks get compromised all the time. And at the end of the day, you put your trust in the bank and in these, institutions and these corporations to protect you. However, I don't want to be a bearer of bad news. You're the product. Facebook sells your data. Every company is selling your data. And the thing is, you and I, as well as anybody else, we give it to them freely. When you signed up to the TOS, the terms of service, you said, hey, Facebook, you get my pictures now. They're going to sell your information to companies because they want to market to you. Your eyeballs are worth money. Where do you think that's why I ask people, do you think Facebook and Google and WhatsApp and all these companies are giving you these apps because of the kindness of their heart? They spent millions of dollars to develop these platforms and these engineers. Now, why would they give it to you for free? Because you're giving them your information for free. You're free advertisement to them. So they use your information and they sell it. And then they sell it to advertisers who want access to your data. So therefore, it's a win-win for everybody. You get a type on your social media and make all your friends, and they get a market to you and sell you products. That's called capitalism. And a lot of people, if you don't like it, welcome to the internet. There's nothing you can do. Now, in the earlier days, we used to warn and tell people about your privacy, and this is how you not get hacked. Well, with AI and all that, in the last 10 years, privacy's dead. It's been dead. But nobody seemed to care. As long as people, you understand, for convenience, people have to give up security for convenience. You want to access your data from all over the world. You want to access it on your phone. You want to be mobile. Well, there's a price you pay for that. They'll secure it as much as possible. But I'm going to show you a couple other tools since we're kind of on this topic of security, because I want to not just break stuff. I want to show you guys more information. And it's not to scare people. I'm just trying to show you information that's out there. But this is how education and knowledge is power. So I'm trying to educate people and make you more aware. So what we're going to do here is, if you type in OSINT, this is called open source intelligence. It's recon, define personal information. We do this for clients and targets for companies all the time. You understand, most employers, they want to, if you have a social media, they want to know your password and your account. Because if you're working for a company, you understand you're a vulnerability for that company. You could be sharing personal information about the company and your work that you maybe don't think is that important. But the thing is, for that company, you just might be putting them at risk to an outside threat organization or a nation state, or maybe some kid in the basement that hacks into your device and you got remote connection. If you all don't remember, during COVID, most people were working remote. We had secure connections, but a lot of companies were very vulnerable. Doing these Zoom calls and all this, they were having business meetings, sharing personal information, and hackers were getting this information and exploiting companies. And that's where ransomware came into play. So just to show you here, and ransomware is no joke, especially for companies. It cost companies, especially the United States, billions of dollars last year. And people say, well, you're not going to compromise with terrorists. Well, what are you going to do? When they lock your computer down and they got all your data, you understand, you're a company, a business. You can't get access to your data now. All your clients, all their data is now breached. And if you don't pay the ransom, you understand that's going to be a PR, a public relations nightmare when that hits the news. Netflix has been hacked today. And I'm going to show you another site that you can check. But here we'll look at OSINT framework. Again, free site. If you notice here, there's going to be a grid. This is information that you can look up, freely available. Now again, look up yourself. Let's say you know somebody's username. We can type it in. So we can use the username search engine or a specific site. Let's go to the search engines. Now you notice it breaks down. You can use what's my name. These are all different websites that can look up by usernames. Okay. Now what we could do, let's say you know somebody's email address. That's even better. So if you ever wonder how your Gmail gets hacked, people use tools like this. This is your email. Most emails are public information. It's freely available out online. So you can look up by email search, common email formats. You can look for breach data just to see if your email. Now, since we're on breach data, a tool that I would ask everybody to check out is called Have I Been Pwned? Pwned is a hacker term or a gamer term of you've been owned. So if we come to this site, it's free. And another thing that I'll tell people is you type in your email address, okay? And once you type in your email address, it's going to tell you if you've been pwned or not. Now, I'm going to use one that I know has been pwned. It's an old email address I used to use, JAQKS 2014 at gmail.com. And if anybody wants to email me, feel free to, because I don't use that account anymore. It's been owned. Now, searching it. My browser is out of date. Oh, let's see. Is it going to do it? Don't do this to me. I might have to update Kaye. It's not liking my browser, evidently. Okay, let's look up this again. Can I update the browser right here? So that's downloads. All right. If you go to Have I Been Pwned, it's going to tell you any breaches where your email, if there's any breaches and your email was attached to it, it's going to give you a big list. So now you're going to know if your email has been compromised. If it has, I would suggest, and I'll go back to how long ago that some of these breaches were out there. If it's been a while, I wouldn't bother, and I just create a new email. Now, if it has been compromised and it's one that you use quite often, first thing I would do, go in, change your password. And the thing is, what you can do too, I would highly recommend this, since you're talking about passwords, password managers. And if you're not using one, everybody needs to use one. If you're still using passwords and writing them up yourself, you're not doing yourselves any favor, because they're not that secure. I'll show you later on in this CTF how easy we could crack these passwords. So if we look here, let's see. So we got LastPass. Okay, so here's some free ones in 2024. And this comes from Tech Radar. And again, there's different reviews. You don't have to listen to me. I just say, test them out for yourself. See if you like them. And if you like them, then I said, some of them are paid. Most of them are free. But if we look here, my goodness, man, this format. I think it might be. So see, you got NordPass. This one is they got a premium of 2 years. It's $1.16 a month. So sometimes when they say free, it's free to try. LastPass is what I use. But again, it gives you a nice description of each one. But a password manager, what's great about it is you come up with one master password. You type it into your password manager. Your computer remembers it. It'll store it across all your devices. And it encrypts it. So all you got to do is remember that main primary password. And then it'll create different passwords and stuff and encrypt it so you can use it across every other device. So it's very convenient. So we got our password manager here. I showed you the OSINT framework. An OSINT framework gets really detailed. You can look up all sorts of stuff, business records, transportation, geolocation. So it's a very useful tool. So, okay, we did that. We did that. We talked about, have I been pooned? Okay, that's pretty good for security right there. So let's advance a little bit further in our CTF. So we notice our mmap came back and it told us about the Mr. Robot. So what we're going to do here is, if I go to Mozilla, it said port 80. Remember I told you port 80 is a website. So we can actually, let's see, we'll refresh this. This is what 133 is. Remember, it's Linux. So if you see it's loading an operating system, that means it's connecting. This is on that Mr. Robot box. It's a website. So it's, see, it's connected. When we tried to log in, it's root. It had an encrypted password. Now it's saying, hello, friend. If you've come for a reason. You may not be able to explain it yet, but there's a part of you that's exhausted with this world. A world that decides where you work, who you see, and how you empty and fill your depressing bank account. Even the internet connection. Let's see. Even the internet connection you're using to read this is costing you, slowly chipping away at your existence. There are things you want to say. Soon I will give you a voice. Today, your education begins. And if you guys don't realize, Mr. Robot was a TV show on USA Network. If you've seen the movie, I always forget the guy's name. The Queen movie on Freddie Mercury, the boy that played him is the same guy that plays Mr. Robot. I think it was 4 seasons it ran, 3 or 4 seasons. I think 4, maybe 5 seasons. But it was a very good. If you like suspense and mystery, and it kind of gets into the hacking world and stuff, you guys would like the show. But this is what this Capture the Flag is based upon. So if you notice, it gave us some commands. So let's type in prepare. Let's see what this says. Okay. So it looks like it's loading up a video for us. Okay. It's playing. You are not free. You are owned. Uh-oh. Looks like some corporate America. Look at these office buildings. New York Stock Exchange. Who's this guy? We are F Society. Between June 18th and the 20th, $100,000. Live on Twitch. Huh. Interesting. See some code. Who is Mr. Robot.com? I don't think this website exists anymore because this is an older CTF. Okay, that was interesting. So a nice little advertisement kind of telling us about this F Society. So if you notice, we're logged in to this root. We're logged in as root at F Society on the Mr. Robot box. So it says type help to see a list of other commands. Okay. So we type in help. Okay. F Society. Let's see what that is. F Society. Are you ready to join F Society? Okay. Another little advertisement. Let's type in help. Okay. Let's inform. Let's see what this command means. Okay. Counterfeit heroes. See, what's kind of cool about this? It's like a video game in a way. That is giving you little Easter eggs. And if you watch the show, you're going to understand what a lot of this means. These are characters that was in the show. So it gives you a little thing about some counterfeit heroes. See, Deflategate scandal leads to 4-game suspension. Let's look at the next image. Billionaire secretly launches a private rocket into space. And then it looks like some posts and some times and stuff that we could read. Middle East credit card spreads infection. At the Met Gala 2015, there's frauds. Ooh. Okay. All right. That was interesting. Okay. Let's see. What else do they got here? Let's type in help. Look up some more commands. Whoops. Okay. We got a question. Let's type in question. Let's see what the question is. The American dream is a myth? No. What do they mean? That's Thomas Jefferson. How could they say this? He was a patriot and one of our forefathers. And again, it's like a game. So it's kind of tongue-in-cheek. I don't believe any of this. Okay. Everyone steals. That's how it works. Some executive. Wow. That's not very ethical or moral. Let's look here. Capitalist. Give a man a gun and he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank and he'll rob the world. That's something to think about. Okay. You've been owned, a businessman. And again, these characters are people from Mr. Robot. Spoiler alert. Okay. All right. So let's see what else is going on. So it seems like somebody might be a little antisocial. Probably maybe like an anarchist. So it might be like an unethical hacker. This Mr. Robot. I don't know about him. Good thing that we're on the case and investigating this guy. Wake up. Let's see. Wake up. Okay, let's see what's coming on here. Uh-oh, what is this? It's a video, a shadow of some sort. Looks like some business. Yeah, it's a business meeting in some high rise, and they're doing some construction across the street. Oh, yeah, these are businessmen. Look, they're all in suits. They're arguing about something. Huh. Does somebody maybe hack into their corporation and they're trying to figure out they're going to lose a lot of money? Huh. Possibility. Okay. Let's go on a little bit more. We can join. We're not going to join because all it's going to tell you is to join, the website, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So since we saw this, let's go back into our CTF. Okay. So we got the C. That was the website. The biggest thing about a CTF or pen testing is recon, which is reconnaissance. Getting as much information about our target and our victim as possible. Because imagine if you're going to go do an attack, you don't want to go in blind. There are sometimes you do go in blind, but you try to get as much reconnaissance information. So when you get inside a network, you know exactly where to move around and pivot through the network. And if you get on one computer, you want to be able to escalate the privileges, and you want to get a foothold where you can stay persistent. So every time they turn that computer on, you're there. Now you got to understand there's security members on teams. So the thing is, if you stay dormant in one place, they can find you. So you want to move around. But the way we do it is called pivoting. And we're going to jump in different services that are running on computers. And Windows, if you guys are unaware, when you hit Control-Alt-Delete, there's background services that are running in the background. If you ever try to turn some of these off, it'll crash your system. It'll say, you can't turn this off, because it'll make the system unstable. Well, there's one that always runs. It's called EXE, Explorer, explorer.exe. Explorer is your navigation. It's your file system. If you shut that down, you're not going to be able to navigate, and that's what Windows is based upon. Explorer.exe. Well, what if we were able to take that ID, it's called a UID, and we were able to jump into that session. So now we're running in the background. Now the thing is, they don't know the difference between us and explorer.exe. Or maybe I could go into calculator. So when you open up your calculator, you don't realize I'm embedded in there. When I say I'm embedded, a script that I put in there, a shell that keeps me consistent. And a shell is, like I said before, a shell connects to the core of the computer. The computer knows binary. So the thing is, that computer talks through the shell so we can understand in human dialect. So what I'm doing is I'm talking to the shell. So the thing is, when you open up a computer, or let's say in Windows, you click on one of your icons, it's a shortcut, but it has to have a path, which is normally C, which is your hard drive, right? And then it'll go users, and then it'll be your name probably. And then it'll say here, ask you for a password, right? Now the thing is, when you type in the password, but the thing is, what if I can escalate privileges? I now become admin, And if y'all don't know, there is a hidden admin account on all Windows systems, which is called God mode. If I could get that access to that root directory, I now became God over your system. That means I have full, and I don't mean God like the God, but we call it God mode because I have full access and I can do anything that you could do, and I have full administrative privileges on that computer. Now, in personal use, you would say, but think of it in a corporate environment. That's why you don't get access or privileges to everything on the network when you work at a company. They limit your privileges. You don't need access. If you don't work in a finance department, why would you need access to any ledgers or anything in the finance department? Now, if you're payroll, you would need that. If you're HR, you might need that. But everybody is assigned roles. And there's a reason why we do that is to keep people protected. But what if I could escalate the privileges? I become an administrator or a systems administrator. Now I can assign roles and I could give everybody all the roles, which that would be a nightmare because that means everybody could go in and change each other's passwords. So if you know an administrator, you usually pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm locked out of my system. They'll assign you a new password. Well, imagine if everybody had that role. It'd be fine. You could play pranks on your friends, your employees. Hey, guess what? I changed Bob's password. Ha ha ha. He can't get into his system. But somebody's probably going to change your password. And again, it could get worse than that. People could start sharing data out on the internet. It could become the wild, wild west. So it's not good, especially if you got a malicious actor. So the next step, what we're going to do is reconnaissance again. So this tool we're going to use is called Nikto. And if you see here, there's a site that I share in the write-up. Nikto is an open source GPL web server scanner which performs a comprehensive test against web servers for multiple items, including over 6,400 potentially dangerous files. CGIs check for outdated versions of over 1,200 servers and version-specific problems on over 270 servers. It also checks for server configuration items such as the presence of multiple index files, HTTP server options, which remember is insecure, and will attempt to identify installed web servers and software. It scans items and plugins are frequently updated and can be automatically updated. Nikto is not designed as a stealthy tool, so this is very loud as well. But again, we're just learning here. I'm trying to show you different tools. Now, just because you know how to use a tool does not make you a hacker. And when I say hacker, at the end of the day, it's being able to compromise things. And all I'm trying to do is give people the education and the knowledge to not only attack things, but how to defend yourself against these types of attacks. So, if you notice, it's not a stealthy tool. It will test a web server in the quickest time possible and is obvious in log files. Now, remember, and a system administrator, they keep logs. Your computer keeps logs of everything done. If it has an update, any changes, always keeps logs. You guys can look on your Windows computer if you got them at home or on your Linux system. You should have privileges of most of you, or probably admins on your accounts, if that's your primary account. But also, it keeps log files. So therefore, it's going to show, hey, this person was on the network. It ran this scan. I'm going to boot you out of my network. Or an IPS, which is intrusion protective system, or an IDS, which is a detection system, intrusion detection system. However, there is support for lip whiskers anti-IDS methods in case you want to give it a try. So these are evasion techniques that we'll get into later. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to type in Nikto, and all these tools, which is great about Kaye, is that they're all pre-installed. So if you click here, I didn't show you guys this earlier, but think of this as your taskbar in Windows. In Linux, it's going to be up on top. Well, in Kaye it is. Now you can change it too if you wanted to have it at the bottom. I like it up at the top. But what we do here is think of this as your start button or your applications button, okay, in Windows. And think of these as, like I said, your tabs that are open. This is like your file explorer. And I'll show you the file domain here in a minute in Kaye. Here, our terminal. These are commonly used ones. See, we have a text editor. We have our web browser, which is Firefox by default. We have Kali Linux here, which is the browser. We have Kali Docs. You get some bugs. We have offensive security training, exploit database that I was showing you all earlier. And we also have VulnHub. Now, VulnHub that I have here and stuff, like I said, that's where these are ones that I already used before. So it's keeping common places that I've been. Okay. Now, if you look over here, though, these are where all of our tools are. So information gathering, they're broke down into categories. So if you're looking up information, right, on a target, these are all the tools. Now, if you click here, it breaks them down even further. So if I want to look up DNS, right, the domain name, we can look it up. There's enumeration for DNS, DNS recon, and fears. All these tools are built in. Now, the thing is, if you scroll down, we got all these other tools. So here's Nmap. Remember, we just did an Nmap scan. You can do it right from here. There's our net discover command that we were already using. I'm showing you guys how to do things manually, but there are tools that you can use that'll simplify and automate the process. But I'm just trying to show you beginner level, because if you understand the basics and doing it from the command line, you're going to understand these tools, no problem. Breaking it down, we got vulnerability analysis. Notice there's NICTO, which we're getting ready to run. If you come here, web application analysis. So Burp Suite is definitely great for web apps. We'll get more into that a little bit later as well. WP Scan, which is WordPress scan. Zap is another great tool. And what it does, it intercepts through a proxy. So it'll intercept any information that's being sent over to the server or an API, and it'll return that information to us. And we can step through the process, and you'll see how this works. We got database assessments. We got some password attacks. So if you guys want to do brute forcing, John the Ripper. You got some word list here. Hashcat is good. Now, again, password cracking does need a GPU. So if you got a good graphics card, a really good graphics card, you can break these passwords a lot quicker. I don't have a graphics card because I'm using my laptop. So there's some online platforms we'll use. I will show you how to crack passwords. I'm just letting you know it depends on your GPU. And if I was to do it, some of these passwords could take me about a week or so. Some of these are very easy passwords. I could crack them quick. But just if you got a secure password and you're using good encryption methods, you can make passwords. They're 256 can be broke, okay? But 512 encryption, good luck. We don't have the technology. We're getting there, especially with AI now, and supercomputers could do it. But the encryption methods are changing. That's called cryptography too. And we'll learn more about that when we start going into the beginner classes. And if people don't know, I did mention I will be hosting a class. I'm going to create a Discord. So everybody's going to be welcome to join and we can meet different people. I got my friends in the Philippines. So I just wanted to mention I'm trying to make one server, but because of the language barrier, I might make 2 servers. But I'm going to create, it's like a Google Classroom. But all my videos and tutorials will be there. All my resources are free. So you'll never pay for anything. All the labs are free. All the resource materials are free. My instruction videos are going to be free. We're going to have one-on-ones where I'll be able to sit down and tutor and mentor you like I'm kind of doing like this. If you have any questions, we'll have meetups and all that. So I really want to grow a good community. And again, you don't have to be techie. I'm trying to make this one. I'm getting more detailed and techie on this video because I'm just trying to show you the way a hacker works, to give you the mindset and the techniques on what we do. But once you learn the fundamentals, which I'm going to go through very thoroughly, you will be very well informed and very well skilled. That I'm trying to let people know during our journey. I'm going to show you how you can host your own free website. Don't have to pay any money. Now, again, it's going to be a static website. So the thing is, you're not going to have video and all that up. You could put links that people could click on. But if you wanted to host your own website, you could do that. But on Git, which is a repo, Git.io, they do static sites. And again, they can be large, whatever. They're hosting it for you for free on their servers. Now, what's cool about this is I'm going to show you with Jekyll and Hugo, which are static site generators, how to code. and we're going to create your own website so you can put up a portfolio or a blog. And what I'm hoping that people are going to do is in your blog or portfolio, you're going to share your journey, what you're learning, and whatever. You can create it for whatever you want. And therefore, it promotes you. And the reason why I want to do this is if you guys are looking for an employment or wanting to switch a career job, you got a nice portfolio and a website that you could show people your journey. So that's why we're going to do that. Number two, you can create your own YouTube channel or a Rumble channel. That's also great for employers to look at, and you can put it on your resume. So everything I'm teaching people is not, there is a rhyme and order to it. This isn't just all chaos. I know I talk a lot, but I'm giving a lot of information. And again, I have resources for all this. So you'll have it in a PDF. You'll be able to ask me questions one-on-one. We're going to walk through these labs and we'll do the fundamentals. And the first class will be pretty much Networking 101, which is going to also go into pretty much PC or computer 101. How to use a command prompt, how to use a terminal, how to navigate it. Once you understand those basics, then we'll get into the networking side of things. So I'm covering a lot of broad topics in this CTF. That's why I like this CTF, because it's going to give you a broad aspect of different jobs and scenarios that you can do in IT or cybersecurity. So we got wireless attacks. So if you guys want to learn some Wi-Fi cracking and how people can get on your network, these are some of the tools that they would use. Reverse engineering, that's reverse engineering software. So if you want to understand how something's coded, you can actually reverse engineer it and make it possibly do something it wasn't designed to do. Okay. Exploitation tools. So there's Metasploit that I was telling you about earlier. We got some sniffing and spoofing. This is sniffing networks and how to spoof IP addresses. So therefore, that's more reconnaissance and also being a little more stealthy. We have some forensics, which is great. So if you guys actually want to get into forensics, like data forensics, it's like working with law enforcement. If you get a computer seized and the federal government had to seize it and somebody was trying to delete the data, well, we got forensics for that. Everything is recoverable. Unless you're using, if you remember back in the day, Hillary Clinton was using this program called BleachBit, and she was banging her phones with hammers. Now, the only reason somebody would do that, and again, I'm just going to go on a hunch here, you're trying to hide something. You were doing something, and she was hosting a server, which is a government server, on her own private home network. That is against the law. That is very, very insecure. And foreign adversaries, I'm probably going to assume, got access to that. And that's why we had a thing called WikiLeaks. And if anybody follows the news here in the United States, there was a guy named Julian Assange that was locked up at the Ecuadorian embassy. Because if you all remember, during a certain election, there was these diplomatic cables that was leaked. And it embarrassed the United States government. Therefore, we wanted to prosecute Julian Assange. Well, Ecuador finally handed him over to the United States. Now, me personally, I'm not trying to get all political, but I feel what the United States did to him was wrong. All information should be free. He was a whistleblower. There was him and I always forget the guy's name. He's the guy with the glasses. He ended up having to go to Russia. Snowden. Snowden leaked a lot of information. Now, with me and Snowden, he worked for the Department of Homeland Security and the NSA. Now, the thing is, it makes me very concerned when a person who works for the United States government, and we're supposed to trust him with security clearances, leaks national security to the rest of the world. There are adversaries to the United States that hate and want to destroy the United States. We all kind of know these countries. China is not an ally to the United States. Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, these are not countries that are friendly to the United States. North Korea. These are threat actors, and they're threat actors to many other nations. I'm not saying the people. I think the people are probably wonderful in these countries. I've met some people in China that I have to say, I met them online, very friendly and great people, but it's these governments. Same thing with my government. Don't judge all Americans by our government. We don't like a lot of stuff that they do as well, and they spy on us just like everybody else. But that's what forensics would be. Sorry, I went on a political tangent. We got reporting tools. This is how you can report information and stuff. This is when you're writing up reports. Social engineering. Social engineering, there's a social engineering toolkit. These are great. These are like phishing campaigns. So if you guys ever, when you look at a website, you definitely want to make sure you got the right name. This is how scammers create all these websites that looks like Microsoft and it's not Microsoft. They changed a letter and then they'll use a social engineering site. That means I could clone a website and it looks just like Microsoft or some other tech site. However, when you go to it, I'm going to put malicious code. So now your computer and your browser is going to go, and so like you got these pop-up alerts. They're fake pop-up alerts. Now you think, oh, you've been infected. And it's going to say, hey, call Microsoft and get support. Now, Microsoft will never call you. Now, these people that call, hello, thank you for calling Microsoft. Now, we all know who these people are. I'm not going to say everybody in India is a scammer because they're not. But we do know there are certain countries that are known for scamming people, and they make billions of dollars and millions of dollars. Here in Florida alone, our senior citizens, and the reason I'm making a big deal about this, I support scammer bait videos. These are people that go after these scammers. And we got people in the United States that are trafficking, that are mules, trafficking money they're laundering the money through Bitcoin and other services to launder the money that they're stealing from our senior citizens. These are elderly, retired people. You understand? They work their whole lives. Some of them don't have much. And some of these people get into these dating scams. There's a video I watched the other day. A lady gave $300,000 to a person that she thought she was in love with. Her husband passed away years ago. She was just wanting to find somebody to be with, maybe a friend, maybe who knows what she wanted. But the thing is, this guy tricked her into thinking, and everybody goes, oh, yeah, it's just older. It's not just older people. This can happen to anybody. They go after vulnerable people that are trusting and caring and kind people. That's why it disgusts me so much that these people, if they got skills to do these type of scams, that means they got computer skills. They could be legit and make an honest living. But the thing is, they want to make a quick buck off other people's expense. And some of these countries, the United States can't extradite. So some of these people, they can't recoup their money. This lady's out $300,000. That's her life savings. And it's heartbreaking. And this is why I try to educate elderly people in my area on things not to do on the internet. But it's not, like I said, it's not just the older people. There's younger people that fall for this. There's other people that do it. And people say, oh, I would never fall for a scammer. This isn't the old email where it's like, oh, I'm a prince from, Nigeria, and I'm going to send you. With AI, things are a lot more sophisticated now. People can take your pictures, clone them, and now I can act like one of you guys. If you're an attractive female, somebody could grab your pictures. I can now get online and catfish people and make them think I'm you. Just a voice clip. Less than about, what I think it's 30 seconds, but if about a 5-minute voice clip, somebody could take that voice clip, clone it. Now I can use AI. I sound like you. I look like you. As far as people know, I am you. However, you're sitting there talking to somebody, you think you're talking to an attractive girl, but they don't realize, no, you're talking to me, a dude. Now, in the United States, you'd be stupid to do that because we will track you and we will prosecute you and throw you in prison. But you got these guys in Nigeria, and again, other countries, but Nigeria is definitely famous for this, to where, oh yeah, they think they're talking to a guy. Yeah. And he's got a good accent. And that's why they don't like the video cam with you, because now you're going to see their true identity. So they'll make pre-recorded videos and stuff. And I'm not saying all the people in Nigeria are horrible people, because they're not. A lot of these nations that I'm mentioning are very upset that they've got people that do this. Because even in America, we got scammers here that do this stuff too. And to me, I'm just against stealing of any kind. Stealing's wrong. I do not respect anybody that steals from anybody. I don't care what you do. Even if, when you're young, I think hopefully your parents and our parents taught us, if you go into a store, you don't just take a candy bar and eat it. You pay for it. Now, I get it. If you don't have money and stuff, then guess what? People are very generous. People will help if they can. There's no need to be stealing, and especially from other people that are struggling just to put food on the table and take care of their kids. Everybody works hard. And I'm going on a tangent again. I just wish people could just respect one another. These are just traits that you would but evidently everybody wasn't taught this. And some people just don't care. That's the sad part. All right. So let's get back to our CTF. All right. So we went over to security stuff. Okay. Yeah. We're going to run our nicto command. So let's see what the old nicto does here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go Control-Shift-T, open up a new tab. We're going to right click. We're going to rename this. Oops, don't want that. We're going to rename this session. We're going to call this Nikto. Nikto. Okay. And now we're just going to type in Nikto here. That's our command. Nikto. And we're going to type in our victim IP 192.168.148. Whoops. It'd be nice if I could type right. 192.168.148.133. Let it run. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, did I put the wrong command in? Oh, is it -H? I think it's, yeah, -H. I'm sorry. So it's Nikto-H. Because we had to let it know. Okay, so let's come back down here. Up arrow. And now let's go back. -H is host. So -H, now our IP address. Now it's running. So if you see, there's our target IP address right here. The host name, 133, is scanning on port 80. Remember, HTTP, and this is the starting time. Now, this is information that's giving us back. So we already saw earlier, but it's going to give us more detailed information. There is a server that's running Apache right here. It's got XSS protection header is not defined. The X content type options header is not set. Retrieved X power header, and it's running PHP. But we're going to find out some definitely more intricate information in just a second. Now, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to show you, this is the information that it should be giving us, okay? Some things that stick out that I want you to look for is going to be, so we saw right here, the X power header of PHP, okay, that's good. But if we notice here, so it gives us some links, but right here, this OSVDB 3092, these are directories. So it's letting us know, oh, wait a minute, there's a directory called admin. Take a note. That's probably something we might want to look into. See, it says this might be interesting. Then we've got a README file. This might be interesting. So we're going to go look at those in just a second. Now, if you notice here, it said WP link. Now, I gave you a spoiler earlier, but you wouldn't have known this, but WP stands for WordPress. So there's some WordPress links, and it's saying PHP. WordPress runs PHP, which is a database on the back end. So see, it says this WordPress script reveals the installed version. Well, wait, I might need to know this, because what if they're running an outdated version of WordPress that might have exploits? If we look in exploit database, we might be able to find some exploits that we can attack that WordPress site with. See how all the puzzles and the pieces are coming together now? So if we look here, there's a license.txt. It may be found in the site software. Again, another admin attack, admin. But here's the big one. Whoops, pull up here. If you see here, WP login, that's WordPress login. Well, wait a minute. If we could get to the login page, anybody that sets up a WordPress site, you don't keep it at defaults. You change that directory and you make it a new directory so it can't be found this way and somebody would have to search for it. But if you leave it at defaults, everybody knows it's WP/login. So now if I can get to that login page, what does that mean? Hey, I can log in. Well, if you don't have any security set up to block how many times somebody could log in, what if I could brute force and get your password and I brute force my way in? Now I'm on your WordPress site. And in a second, you're going to see how all this comes together. So again, notice WordPress installation was found. The WordPress WP admin login page. Now there's also a thing called plugins on WordPress on the back end. We can scan and we can find out what if they have vulnerable plugins. And that's another way that we can find an attack vector in. If you notice here, see there's the login page. We look here, there's a blog. That's interesting. We've got more the login PHP. So we definitely know there's a WordPress here. Now, if we look here, we're going to do another scan. This one's going to be called DIRB, which is Directory Buster. Now, what we want to do is we got some information, but let's see if we can find more information. Again, recon is the most important of any other directories that's in this ISO image and this operating system of Mr. Robot. So what we're going to do here is we're going to come back up here. So let's see, is Nikto still running? Nikto's going to take a little bit, but I gave you all the information. It's going to give us the same information I just showed you. But while we're doing this, let's run another scan. So we're going to go Control-Shift-T. We're going to right-click. We're going to rename this session. And now we're going to call this DIRB. So Directory Buster, okay? And now here we're going to type in DIRB. And now let's type in the address 192.168.148.133. All right. Why? HTTP host for SSL. Did I type in the command wrong again? No. Oh, wait, downloads. Let me look at my folder structure. Let's try this again. Do I have to put an extra command? Let's see. I don't think I have to put an H here. 148 invalid URL -H maybe? Let's see. I don't think that's it. Am I typing? Yeah, I'm typing the format in wrong. Do I have to type in a, maybe I do got to type in HTTPS. Let me see. DIRB. This sucks. 192.168. Yeah, sorry. Let's type that in again. DIRB. HTTPS : 192.168.148.133. That's it. Okay. So you do have to put HTTPS or HTTP. We were just putting in the wrong format. Okay. So while these are scanning, I'm going to see. I haven't looked at the chat in a while. I'm sorry if I missed people, if anybody's actually joined. Okay. Yeah, no. All right. So let's come back over here and go through looking at the scans. All right. So it's going to go through all that file structure. And let's come back over to Nikto, see what it's returned. Okay, Nikto's almost done. So if we look through, I'm just going to get us a little, keep us a little ahead, but then we can go back and look at the information. So if we look here in DIRB, it gives us the start time, shows us our target. Now this is going to be a little bit different, but it's going to go through these word lists. So what it's doing is brute forcing, looking at these files, okay, the structure, these directories. So if we look through here, it's giving us different directories here. Okay, so we say there's audio, there's a blog, there's CSS. If you all know anything about website development, you got HTML and you got CSS. Okay, so as a cascading style sheets, that gives you more the format, layout, and all that. So that's not really that great. So here we got a dashboard, favorite icons. Oh, it looks like they got images. Well, images is good because that usually means you have to upload images. So we might see what might be in there. That might be interesting. So we'll check out that directory. If we look through here, let's see, what else do we got? Okay, robots text. This is good. This is good. Say WP admin. That's another one that we might want to look at. WordPress admin site. See, WordPress content. WordPress includes. So we definitely know there's WordPress here. And I think I wrote some notes. See, in the DERB results we find, so if you look at this one, robots. So there's a robots text. Take note of this directory as we will use it later with Hydra. Hydra is a brute force tool that we use that will break passwords. Okay. That'll be step 8 and 9. And then I gave another resource. It's a comprehensive guide on Dirbuster tools. So it gives you a lot more information on what I'm sharing here. And again, this PDF will be free if anybody wants to follow along. And I'll post it. Like I said, when I get the Discord up, I'll post it into Discord and you guys can download it from there. And I'll also put it in my classes. So, and then I got another resource, How to Hack Web Apps, Part 7, Finding Hidden Objects with DERB. And then we got a list of HTTP status codes. Because if you notice, you see these codes 200, these all have a lot of relevance. And we'll get into that later when we do other CTFs, because that deals also when we're dealing with, crap, my brain went blank again. Let's look it up. I don't know why my brain's going blank. I think it's getting, I've been up all night. So if we look here, web application, Burp Suite. You'll notice these authentication codes through Burp Suite. And this is what servers send back. So like 200, 300, you'll understand what these codes mean. But the CTF is giving you kind of a heads up on content that'll be coming later and that we'll be definitely covering. Okay, so if you see in step 5, from our NICTO results, we see this OSDB. So there's a license text. License file found may identify site software. Okay, so that's good to know. So now again, this was in my notes. So if we now let's navigate to this address. Now remember, this address is different than ours. It's going to be 133 for us, but we're going to put dash license text. Okay, so let's copy this. We're going to copy. Let's come up here to Mozilla. Click a new tab. And now let's type in our address. So 192.168.148.133, right? And if you see, I've already been here. So license.text. Same thing with a website. If you ever notice, there's these forward slashes. These mean different things, okay? This is the file structure directory. That's all a website is. They're pages that are laid out. If you understand a directory and know what to look for, you can exploit it. So if we look here, what do you do? Just pull code from Rapid9 or some blank? Since when did you become a script kiddie? Oh no, I think they're trolling us. A script kiddie is somebody that learns a little bit of code and then they think they're a hacker because they know how to do a little bit of code, but they don't understand. A lot of times they don't, or they copy other people's code. So that's an insult. Well, we're not going to be insulted, are we? No, because we're real hackers. So let's scroll down, because notice there's all this white space. Now, something else, if you guys don't know, you can do, if you right click on a page, on most web pages, unless they got it blocked, you can do view page source or view page info. So if we go view page info, you see a little box is going to pop up. Now, if you see, this tells us about the text, and this also tells us this is plain text, okay? But it also gives you permissions. So we can see certain permissions that are set up. Now, the reason I mentioned this is most secure websites, you're not going to be able to see a lot of this. It's going to be blocked. But if it's insecure, you might find some juicy nuggets that you might need to use for recon. So you can see certain things that they see, privacy and history. Yes, 69 times. Have I visited this website before today? So it's telling you about cookies and information. Another useful information tool is if you right click on a web page, we can also view the page source. Now, if you look at the source code here, come on. No. It should give me. Well, we can inspect the element too. If you inspect the element, this little tool should come up in my browser. Yes. This is a tool that's loaded in most browsers. If not, you can install it. This is good for Hack the Box because you're definitely going to need to use this. But if you see, it's giving you the code on the way to website setup. And if you click anywhere like in a login box or whatever, it'll tell you how it was created and what type of program created it. And you can see the code, which is very useful if you know how to code. You might be able to realize you can exploit certain code. Because if you notice here, see there's an inspect element. We got a console. Consoles are great is because now we can create a shell and we can communicate with a server or with that website. So you can test code on it and you might get it to do something in your browser, and that's fine. And if you refresh it, it ain't going to hurt anything. However, if I could get it to work in our browser, I know this exploit will work. Now all I got to do is upload it to that server. And we do know on these directories that we found, there was an image. So in that image directory, that means somehow you could save images. Well, what if we created an image, like a JPEG file? And what we do is we take a legit image, but what we're going to do is we're going to embed code inside it. So when that image is uploaded, we can now access that image and we can now run a script or a shell or do an executable from it. This is what some people do. If you ever realize how you got hacked, somebody sent you a link or sent you a picture, and when you opened it, it opened in your browser and your browser got hijacked, and now they can run malicious script. So that's another way people do it. Browsers are a little more secure now, but back in the day, that was a known vulnerability. And I don't want to give away some of my tips and tricks, but this is how I also go after scammers. They're not the most brightest, and they don't always understand who they just might be chatting to online. Okay, so we come back here. Okay, Nicto's almost done. Let's look at Derb. Okay, gave us some more information. So let's go through Mr. Robot again. So we see the license text. So if we come back here, let's scroll down. So we're going to close this for right now. We see all this white space. So let's scroll down the white space. So if we come here, okay, nothing, nothing, nothing. But it looks like something's coming up. Wait, there's some text. Wait a minute. Do you want a password or something? Well, yeah, we want a password. And what could this password be for? Let me think. Wasn't there there's WordPress on here? I know there's a login and a password there. So yeah, we definitely want a password. And we're going to see where we could use it. But I'm probably going to assume it's probably for that WordPress site. But I'm just making a hunch. So if we come down, let's see. Now, would they be dumb enough to actually put a password in a plain text document? Well, looky there. Now, if you guys are unaware of what this is a hash, okay? Now, you would say, oh, this is an encrypted password. No, this is called base 64 encoding. And the reason why I know it's base 64, usually it has two minus signs at the end. But with this equal sign, when you see this equal here, I'm probably going to make an assumption this is base 64. So we're going to copy this, and I'm going to show you how simple it is to grab this password and decode it. So if you guys remember when you were younger, I'm older, so some people might be young and don't know this. But when I was younger, we used to have this little disc, and we used to play this game where we would write the alphabet out, but we would assign each letter different numbers. Now, the thing is, in the encryption, if you had my list, and let's say A was 2, right? And B was 4, and we kind of went 2, 4, 6, 8, and we did it in a pattern. Since you know the number, you'll be able to decrypt it. So if I started writing all these numbers, you would be able to know, oh, that letter represents that number. Well, that's how computers work. And that's called cryptography. Now, again, it's more advanced than that, but we're trying to keep it simple. So the thing is, if I can decrypt this and I can figure out the encryption that was used, that means I can decrypt it. And there's ways that sometimes people don't sort their hashes correctly, and we'll get more into that later. But this is a simple way to crack this. So we're going to come here. So see and notice what we just did. Notice the nav bar on the right. Let's scroll down more because we went here and it said that we want some code. Let's scroll more. We went down. Woohoo. Appears we have a base 64 encoded string. Here's the same string that we just saw. We copied and pasted. So now let's scroll down a little bit more. See how to identify, and I gave you a link on how to identify a base 64 encoded string. And I told you those equal signs is one way. There's other ways, but that's one of the more pertinent ones. We will use this command in our terminal. Now we're going to use our terminal, and you're going to see how you write a script. It's not really a script, it's just a command, but we're going to give it a function. Now I'm going to explain it before we copy and paste it. Echo means we need it to return a value back to us. So what it's going to do is going to return back to us this SHA right here, this base 64 string, okay? And we're going to pipe it, that's what this symbol here means, to base 64. And we're going to decode it. So watch. We're going to take this command. And I already gave you the answer underneath, but I want to show you how this works in live time. So if we come up here, we're going to go Control-Shift-T. Control-Shift-T. There it is. Okay. And wait, did it open up a new one? Or did we already run? Yeah, it opened up the new one. We don't want that. Okay. So what we're going to hear, we're going to rename this, and we're going to call it base 64. And the reason why I'm opening all these tabs and stuff is you can copy and paste, and again, put it over here in your cherry tree. You can create, say, file, a new instance, and it's just going to be a file structure. So if you see here, you have your parent. So this is your parent directory. This is called your child directory. So think of this as this is your main category. These are your subcategories. So you can break it down however you want. And then here you can add pictures, PDFs. You can change your font. All these options here. So you can attach files, insert files. So you can do all that here. So if we come back here, we got base 64. Now this will show you how quick this is. It's going to go quick. So we're going to echo, which means it's going to return back the value of this, and it's going to decode it for us. So let's hit enter. Bingo. Done. See how quick that was? So now if you notice, Elliot, and that's the main character in Mr. Robot, this is our username. The colon is the separator. This is the password. So ER28-0652. Now imagine if you had a more secure password. Again, when we get into brute forcing, we're using word lists, and there's some big word lists and dictionary attacks. So the thing is, I don't care if you're in another country or not. You can use any foreign language you want. As long as I can get my hands on a dictionary of your language, I can find every single word. And the internet has very large dictionary repositories. So unless you got some foreign language that nobody else has ever heard of, people are going to be able to find out your password. That's why we used to say 7 to 14 characters long. Those days are gone. Computers have gotten way more powerful. You need to go larger. And again, a password manager, add numbers, characters, symbols, make it a lot more difficult. And I would say 20 characters minimum. 14 characters, honestly, minimum, but I would still say go as big as possible. If you're only typing in your kid's name or your birth date, those days are gone, and you're going to be compromised and hacked in an instant. Not trying to scare anybody here, but you got to think outside the box. Things are way more complex these days. And don't be writing it down on a sticky note and putting it on your computer, because what people don't realize, if your computer gets compromised, you understand you got webcams. I could take over. Somebody could, if you got security cameras in your home, or you got some baby monitor camera, people can hack into these devices and they can monitor you and watch you. And the biggest thing that we all have are our cell phones. What's great about cell phones? Everybody has one, and they take them with them constantly. You don't need a investigator anymore to go track down people. Somebody gets a hold of your phone, they can turn on your camera, they can turn on your mic so they can listen to everything that's going on around you. They can turn on the camera. And what's great about cameras or the phones? Oh, there's a front-facing one and a rear-facing one. So I get you from both directions. So even if you got to sit down on the table, I might be looking up, but I could still see around. So I'm trying to tell people, even if you have Android phones are the worst. iPhones, there is a level of security. Android, there is no security unless you install it yourself. And I always tell people about tools and stuff that they can put on Android devices when we get into the course on mobile hacking, which would be going after phones and going after towers. And again, Android is APK. So when you download an app, you better be careful what type of app, because you don't know. You might think you're getting Angry Birds, but you don't realize, oh, this Angry Birds game's free. That's why you don't go online and download things that you think are always free. There's a chance, because anybody can write an app. Now, Google, Android, they charge on, theirs is cheaper than the Apple Play Store. However, it's like $30, sometimes $100 for a license. It ain't that much. If you're a developer, anybody can create an app. The thing is about Android, now they might have changed the policy. You can have your app up for 30 days. They don't check until the end. So the thing is, you can have a malicious app sitting up there, have thousands or hundreds of thousands of downloads. People think they're playing Angry Birds, but they don't realize you compromise their devices. Now we got this thing that's called C2C, a command and control. All that information is being dumped back to a control center. And now people are exfiltrating and going through all that data and finding out tidbits about people. And then we'll get into more detail on what we can do. You can triangulate people's positions. You can geolocate them. I can find you from the tower that you're closest to. And the other thing is, I can also find other people's cell phones that are right in that area. And if most people know about our cell phones, not to scare people, the majority of your life is in that phone. Your contact information, your friends, everything. If somebody gets a hold of that, it's just like being on your computer. They can make phone calls. They could do all. And again, people need to be more secure and at least make things harder for people to get into. Now, companies and some of these software are trying to do that. But Android, like I said, you think these companies that are large, yeah, they protect their products. But when it comes to end users, when you start changing your defaults or you wanted to root your phone because you wanted to play some app or whatever, you compromise the security, which Android has very minimal security. iPhones are better, but don't be convinced that iPhones can't be hacked either. They can. The thing is, it's through social engineering or a link that you as the end user, it's the human element is the weakest point of all attacks. People will click on things, but social engineering, if you can convince them to make you that you're legit, people will click on the link. People will do whatever. Now, I know by me telling people information, they're probably, oh my gosh, how do I know you won't do that to me? Well, the situation is, if I was to do that to people, why would I tell you what to look out for and what not to do? And I tell anybody, anything that I share, yes, I hope that you take upon yourself, one, double check and make sure that it's not malicious. I know it's not malicious because I've already scanned it to make sure. However, if it is, I would hope if you find something that could be malicious, notify me and let me know, because I don't want to be spreading misinformation, because I could get hacked too. I'm just trying to tell people, not everybody's secure. We all slip up and make mistakes. I don't mean that we're all stupid and ignorant. I don't want anybody to ever feel that way. I just want people to feel empowered. What I'm trying to do is give people information to empower you so you don't fall for these types of things. All right. So we got our base 64. So if we look here, we have creds now, a login name of Elliot and a password of ER280652. Once again, from our Nikto results, we noticed there was a WP login. Remember the WordPress login? I said this was very important. Well, this is going to come into play now. So let's see. the WP login. See, the admin login page section found. Could this be our sign-in creds for WordPress? Let's navigate to it. So we type in our address, and we're going to go WP-login. So let's copy that. Come back up to old Mozilla Firefox. Take this text out. Okay. Our victim 133. And look, we already got it right there. So let's see what comes up. Look, it's a user's blog. This is what I was warning you peeps about. WordPress by default will always have the login at WP-login. So if you're running a WordPress site and you have this right now, go change it. There's apps out there and plugins you can put into WordPress that will change the file directory where you can move this file. And if you want to still leave it here, there is an application called WordFence, which is a firewall that you could set up and config for your WordPress site to stop brute forces. So if somebody tries to log in more than once or twice, they start seeing random logins and it keeps going over and over and over. Within about 3 times, it's going to log them out and kick them. And it'll give you a log. So that's a great tool. At least you have some type of security. But if you're using WordPress straight out of the box, you have no security. Now, your hosting provider, you would think, oh, well, maybe they'll do it. Yeah, they protect their servers. They don't care nothing about your website. Now, if your website gets compromised, though, they don't want to compromise their servers. So you got to understand, when you use like single host servers, so like GoDaddy and all that, you're not the only person that's being hosted on these servers. There's hundreds of thousands of other people's websites that are on these servers. So what if I could compromise your website to get on their server? Now I can get all these other people's website. So they do have security features in place for their network and their hardware, but not your website. That's all on you. And if they see anything malicious, they'll usually freeze your account and tell you, you got to fix this before they're going to launch and they'll keep posting it. You're going to pay every month. People ain't going to be able to view it though. They're going to shut it down because they don't want people to get compromised. So with the information that we found here, let's see if it works. So now we're going to see if we're real hackers or not. So we know the password is Elliot, right? And let's see, where was that? Password right there. So we know it's Elliot, and this is the password. So let's copy the password. Okay, copy. Come back up here. And, whoops, Firefox. So, ELIOTT. Now let's type in this password. Fingers crossed. Now, if we do this, you can take your hat off and say, guess what? You just became a hacker today. You popped your first box. Because if we get in here, because we understand, we're on Mr. Robot already. However, we haven't used any passwords that logged us in. But now we're going to compromise this device. And now we're going to get ready to escalate some privileges. And once we're going to get God row and a few more steps. So let's click. Fingers crossed. We don't want to save it. Invalid username. I wonder if it's case sensitive. So let's go back. The login name. No. Oh, it's not 2 T's. I typed it in wrong. Okay, so ELLIOT. I typed his name wrong. All right. So username. Now, here's another thing I wanted to show you guys. Sometimes, remember when I said the program sometimes will give you information that it shouldn't? Well, WordPress is telling us too much information. If you notice the error that it just gave us, invalid username. Now, the thing is, it didn't say that the password was incorrect. So we know, so let's say we have a 50-50 chance here. So we just guessed. Now, let's say we didn't know the password and we were guessing. Well, let's say, I don't know, we typed in admin and then it says error, invalid password. Well, that means we got the username correct. So if you're setting up a WordPress site, turn off these errors. Do not let somebody like me or a hacker get information that it should not be giving us. So right here, though, see, I typed it in wrong, but it's ELLIOT, whoops, T, and let's type in the password. Fingers crossed. See, human error. But let's see. Don't save. And if you guys have ever used WordPress, tell me if this don't look familiar. We're on the back end of WordPress. If you've ever installed WordPress, this is what a WordPress site looks like if you're the administrator on the back end of it. So therefore, you have your front end, what average person sees when you're looking at a website. This is how you actually manage the site. So if you notice, right here, that's our dashboard, tells us about WordPress. There's our users blog. So we can look at our home site. These are some pins. If we look here, these are media files and stuff that we can upload to our website. These are the pages that we can create for our website, which is going to come in useful in just a second. Here you got, what is this? The messages. Yeah, those are messages. These are your appearance, the themes and all that, and plugins. So themes are good because we can also maybe find there could be an old theme that they're using that we can exploit. Here's plugins. Now, again, this is an older version of WordPress. So newer WordPress is going to look a little bit different, but it don't change that much. So this general format is, you'll be very accustomed if you ever use WordPress. These are the different plugins. See, installed plugins. So what if we can scan for plugins? Maybe they're using an outdated plugin that's needs a patch, and that's another way we can attack the device. So at least we know we got in. We got the back end. So let's read on a little bit more. So it says right here, once we logged in as Elliot, we also see that they're a WordPress site admin. Let's scour around and see what we can find. We can try a WP scan, which is WordPress scan, and check for vulnerable plugins that we could exploit possibly and find another way to upload an admin shell. Now, again, we're trying to get root and a shell. Okay. So if we come here, let's, oops. Okay. Up. Okay. We're going to go right here, WURL, and then remember we got to type in HTTP, okay? So we're going to go copy, come up here. Y'all remember, Control-Shift-T opens a new terminal, and we're going to call this rename, and what are we doing here? Oh, this is WP scan. Okay, hit OK. We're going to type in paste. Now, let's type in our victim's address, 192.168.148.133. Give it a second. Should fire up. Now, there's another feature. If you sign up for it, it'll give us some more extensive scan. But right now, we're going to use the free version of it. Okay. So it seems like you have not updated the database. Do you want to update the database? So let's type yes here. Yes. That's going to update the database, and then it's going to run our scan. And then you're going to see the information that gets returned, which I'll show you here. And let me look here for a second. Control Alt and Alt Tab. Oh, and I got another visitor. Sorry, guys, I haven't been looking at the chat, so I'm trying to just still do the walkthrough and go through. What's up, Retro? Great to see you, my man. And again, like I said, if you guys want this PDF and you wanted to play along, you can load it on any computer. Again, minimum specs. I would say if you need at least a minimum of 8 gigs of memory, preferably more, but a minimum of 8 gigs. An i5 or i7 processor will work fine. An AMD will work fine. It can be Intel, Ryzen, whatever you want to use as your processor. Main thing, hard drive space. I would say if you at least got 500 gigs, again, you don't need it for just this CTF, but you're going to need free space. For Kali, I would say at least a minimum 80 gigs, 100 gigs, which ain't a lot. So therefore, we can expand and, work our way out. All right. So let's come back here. And see where we're at here on our WP scan. Okay. So if we looked at these are the results. And I'm going to show you what we already wrote down. Okay. So it's checking the config backups, as you see here. And it's going to tell us the WordPress version and all this. So let's go down to the bottom. And now let's look of the information it gives us here in hard copy that I copied already. So if you notice here, it gives us our interesting entry. So we know we're running in a server of Apache. It found robots text, which we want to look at. And you'll see some information. Robots text is really good because sometimes it will maybe give us passwords and information. A robots text, what it's used for, there's scrapers that Google uses. So if you ever wanted to know, how does your website get noticed by Google? Now you register your domain and all that, but they got these bots that go around, and when you type in your URL, it'll scour the page and it looks for information, and it'll gather that information. And that's what the robots text is used for, to let it know, hey, this is the name of my website. This is blah, 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 blah. So it knows to report back to Google so it can put you into Google search. Now, there's another great thing if y'all don't know about. It's a tool called the Wayback Machine. And since we're here, let's open up my browser. So hopefully you guys are learning a lot today about a whole bunch of different stuff. Some of this is old information. For some of you guys, it'll be brand new information. So all information is good information, the way I look at it. So look, Wayback Machine. Now this is great. It goes all the way back to, I want to say, 1990. It's the Internet Archive. Just because a website gets deleted does not mean it's gone forever. And if anybody's been on the internet long enough, you all probably realize just because you delete something, it's the internet. Everything is forever on the internet. Nothing is ever gone forever. Well, remember I told you Google likes to go around with their bots. Well, guess what else they do? There's other bots that go around and they take snapshots of your website, like the Wayback Machine. Now, the Wayback Machine goes all the way back to around, see, it says explore more than 866 billion web pages saved over time. And this dates all the way back to, I want to say, I think it is early 1990s. That you can go back. So if you want to see a website, like, here's something. Let's look at Facebook. Now, anybody that's old enough, we can go back to MySpace, if you guys remember MySpace. But let's type in Facebook, right? So we're going to go www.facebook.com. Now it's looking. It's going to show you all the times that it took snapshots. Now, if you notice, we got a timeline here. And if we go all the way back, so this one, it looks like they started taking snapshots around 1998. Now, this would have been the early days of Facebook. I don't remember, was it? Did Facebook come out in 1998? I don't think it was actually live yet. I think that's when Mark Zuckerberg was still in college. I don't think it was until the 2000s, because if you notice, see, it took way more snapshots later. So let's get an idea. So if we click on here, 1998. Come on, give me an image. Oh, come on, give me an image. All right, let's see. If we look through the map here, the calendar, there we go, December 12th. Let's click on December 12th of 1998. See what type of image it took. Okay, give it a second. Looks like it's trying to open it. Looks like 139.21. And then there's one at 248.39. So this is going to be the oldest image of WordPress. And I'm just curious of what this looks like. Because you got to remember, the internet did not look the way it does now. Back then, we were still using Flash, and it was bad. Oh, wow. So click here to learn. See, some of these is going to be unsupported because our browsers now have security where it don't run. Wow. Welcome to the Atlantic Media homepage, headquarters of About Face family of directory products. About face. It's a web-based service that functions as a directory for your organization. Aboutface.com. That's not Facebook, is it? They weren't called About Face. Huh. I don't know where I got this snapshot from. That's weird. Okay. Let's find something a little more recent, because I don't know why that came up. I like to be nerdy and do stuff like this. Any geeks out there, trust me, you'll spend hours and hours and hours on Wayback Machine. It gets fun when you start looking up stuff. All right. We could also look up early Google. So let's say, I don't know, let's go back to, okay, it's popular here. Let's go back to let's say 2006. So early 2000s. Okay. I'm going to come down here. Oh, yeah, look at all these snapshots. So let's go, okay, let's say 14th, Valentine's Day. No, not the 7th. I said Valentine's Day. Get off there. Okay. Let's look at this last snapshot. So this is on Valentine's Day. Well, now it's showing February 19th. I don't know. All right, we're going to see some image. See, look at old Facebook. Do you all remember Facebook looking like this? Facebook is an online directory that connects people through social networks at schools. Now there are 2 Facebooks, one for people in college and one for people in high school. This site is is open to a lot of schools, but not everyone yet. We're working on it. Wow. Facebook was cruising around. Look at that login. Wow, that's pretty slick. Imagine that user interface. Wow. Let's see. We can maybe look at another snapshot here. Now we can go to March. Let's see. Pretty much same thing. Not very eye-catchy. See, I don't think Facebook, if you remember back in 2006, would you guys really would have stopped at this page? Wow, this is really nice. Welcome to Facebook. I can log in, and I just got to type in my email and my password. Hey, not very eye-catching, but you got to remember, these are the early days of the internet. Well, Facebook specifically. All right, well, that was fun. Going down memory lane, being a little dork. All right, so let's look through. So we see we got robots text, and let's see what else we got here. Okay, WordPress. Remember when I talked about exploit database? We now see the version we're using. It's WordPress version 4.3.1. This is a very old version. And notice it's identified and it's given us some information. It's insecure. It was released on 2015, of September 15th of 2015. It found by emoji settings. It's passive detection. Now, if you notice here, it's giving me these emojis that's telling me these can be exploited. It's telling me the WordPress theme that's using is called 2015. And if you see here, last updated is the theme. This version is out of date. The latest version is 2.6. So we can exploit it through possibly the theme. We're going to do it a different way, but I'll show you. Enumerating all the plugins. The version is 80% confident. It's 1.3. No config backups found. Let's go back down. Interesting results. So again, so we see the robots text right here. WordPress version, identified WordPress theme. So let's navigate to the robots text. Okay. So if we come here, we're going to type in robots text. Actually, let me open up a new browser. I don't want to get rid of that one because we're still on WordPress. Okay. So we're going to go 192.168. Whoops. 192.168.148.133 and / robots text. Bingo. Now this here, we can use, and I'll show you what we find. If you notice here, it says user agents, fsociety.dic. DIC stands for dictionary. That means these are words in a dictionary. This is also, remember I told you there's 3 flags or keys in Mr. Robot. If you now notice, we've got key 1 of 3. Now I'm going to show you where you find this text. So if you come here, let's navigate to robots text. See, we see user agent key 1 of 3. If we scroll down, it appears we have a dictionary file and the first key text. Let's use the command cat to download these files. So you're going to navigate to dictionary, or we can navigate to the text. Cat means what it's going to do, it's going to catenate. So it's going to take that file and it's going to pull it down for us so we can save it onto your local computer, okay? So what we're going to do here is we're going to navigate to this key 1 of 3 because I want you to see what this looks like. So we go robots text, and we're going to go key 1. Whoops. Might just copy it, make it easier for myself. Copy. All right. Control V. No. It's putting the wrong address. It copied the whole thing. I didn't mean for it to do that. All right. So let's come here. Key 1 of 3 text. If you notice, a flag is going to be usually some type of numerical number with some letters. That's our flag. So therefore, if you were in a competition on a CTF competition, you would copy this flag. They usually have a submission form or portal. You type this in, it'll say, congratulations, you got your first flag, yay. So right now we only need 2 more flags to say we become God row, and we can say we are truly a hacker, and we're going to use the term, you're no longer a virgin, and now you cracked your first box. And a box is a tower or a device, okay? So let's come back over here. See, our first key. So it shows you right there. Now, we can do a brute force and dictionary attack with Hydra. Now, I'm going to show you just on here how this works. We're not going to do it because, again, it takes time. And the thing is, we've already got the password. That password that we needed is that Elliot, because we found it. Again, there's multiple ways that you could solve this CTF. Remember, we found it. You can find this in robots text, but we found it where? In another text document. So when we navigated to that file, we were able to get the Mr. Robot and Elliot. Remember, it was base 64 and we decoded it. So we don't have to go through all these steps, but I want to show you there's multiple ways to skin a cat. So let's say we didn't find it the first way and we would have found it this way. So what we can do is, I'm going to show you some navigation now on how a terminal works. Okay. So click here. We're going to go Control-Shift-T for terminal. All right. Think of Windows. Okay. Windows navigates somewhat similar to this, but in some ways not so much. But it's navigation manually than what you'd be doing on Windows or clicking around. Okay. So if you notice here, we're in a directory called root, and we're at the folder called Kali. Okay. So if I say here and I went dir, which stands for directory, it's going to tell me all the files that's in that Kali folder. Okay. So if you see, I have all these files, IPv4, remember that key 1 of 3, I saved it before, it's saved here, MD5 hash. Now, what I want to show you here, if I click here, if you see open folder, I can also go to my desktop, right? So let's say I opened a folder. Now, this will be familiar like in Windows, what you're used to. These are folders, right? Like Explorer. You can look at your file system. Root, think of that as user. However, root here is we are the admin. We're at the root of the directory, which is the highest level you could go, okay? Then it breaks down. So notice I have a desktop. So these is what you're seeing in my desktop, my icons on my desktop, but I can also save my documents and my music, my pictures, videos, and I have a downloads folder. So you can navigate this way. I'm trying to show you, same thing in Windows. We can also do this manually without clicking. So if you notice, in this directory, we're in Kali. So if I sit here and I type, scroll down. If I go ls, now this gives me a list of software. So if you now notice, these are directories. See? PHP, reverse shell, videos, kind of what we just looked at, okay? So these are folders. Now, what I could also do is we could go CD, right? Dot, dot. Sorry, I didn't put a space. CD, dot, dot. Now, you would say, well, wait a minute. If you're on Windows, CD stands for change directory. The dot, dot means we're going up a directory. I'm at root, so I can't go up any higher. So let's change to a different directory. So if I go CD and I see desktop, right? We're going to change the directory and we're going to change it to desktop. So this would be the same thing as if, where were we? Here. If I'm here in root and I click desktop, we're going to see all these files right here, right? See, I'm in root. These are all those files that we just looked at in root, but we were looking at it manually. Now we're going to change directory, right? We just went to the desktop directory. Now we're going to see all these files. Let's see if that's correct. I'm trying to give you a visual aid so people could follow along. And I'm not trying to make anybody feel stupid or whatever. I'm trying to break it down to the very minimum basics to show you guys I will cover all the basics and fundamentals. So I want everybody to know, I don't care if you've never touched a computer. I will make these courses and information understandable to you because I feel like watching a video or reading a book, some people can learn that way. I like to learn in multiple ways. And I notice with my students, hands-on is the best way to do it. And by you guys watching, yeah, you're not going to get as much out of this as if you were actually loading this up and playing along with me. You can pause the video, you could type and explore. That's how you learn, through repetition. And you will get better and better and better. And hopefully you'll be to a point where you're going to teach me things. Hey, mentors, or Jimmy, I found the shortcut. Oh, really? I've never heard of that. That's interesting. So again, we can all learn. But what? CD desktop, right? Did I spell that wrong? Oh, duh. CD dash. Oh, wait, it was / that. What? Why is it not going through? Wait, ls. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. That's why. Okay, let's go. CD. That's right. I forgot they changed it. It should let me in now. Bingo. I forgot. There's super user, and that's the root account. And then there's a regular user account on Linux. Okay. So notice we went CD desktop. See how the color changed? Now we went to that folder. So I'm in desktop. Now if I hit ls, it's going to give me those files that we just looked at. And then we're going to use these in a minute. So if you notice, this is a PHP. PHP, again, is for a database, which is usually for PHP servers or SQL databases. PHP is, what to say, it's a scripting language. And then we're going to create a reverse shell. Now, reverse shell means I'm going to upload it to Mr. Robot, the server that he's hosting, that Apache server on WordPress. We're going to upload a reverse shell on to that WordPress site. And then what are we going to do? We're going to now be able to connect a remote into it. Now, once I do that, I'm now going to have physical access to Mr. Robot, that computer that we're sitting there. And this is how hackers would do this. So imagine we're going through a web application, a website, and then from that website, we're now going to go to the end user, the administrator, and go after his computer. That's what we're doing here. So that's the theory behind what we're getting ready to process here. All right. So we come here, we got that. Again, we would do the dictionary attack with Hydra, brute forcing. Just to show you, it is a tool. I might actually make a separate video on this because there's a lot to Hydra. And there's a big long command. Okay, so what we can do here is we'll do our reverse shell and spawning. Okay, so I will show you 3 techniques on how to spawn a reverse TCP shell. 2 of them will be within WordPress and the third with Metasploit. To make this video short and simple, we can cover Metasploit in other videos that I will touch upon. We're going to do it through the plugins, okay, through WordPress itself, since we're already logged into it. So in the WordPress dashboard, we're going to navigate to plugins, and then we're going to click add new in plugins, okay? So this box has already been compromised, so you won't see this on yours, but this is exactly what you would do. So we're going to come back here. We're going to get out of this key text. Mr. Robot's still open. We're going to come down here to plugins and plugins, okay? And we're going to go install plugins. Now on you're going to type in add new. And what you're going to do is you're going to go out to a website and you're going to get a plugin that we're going to use to upload to WordPress that you could use. I already got it installed though. So if we look at these are all the plugins that we've got. So anybody that's used WordPress knows you can activate and deactivate these plugins. What we're going to do here is, see, I got a contact form. Google Analytics is on here. They got sitemaps, Google, Hello Dolly, which is garbage, Jetpack, simple tags. And what we're going to use is WP File Manager. Now, the thing is, it might not be loaded, but what you can do is, if you ever go into plugins here, it says add new, okay? If we go add new, and I write this in my PDF on the walkthrough, it might take a few minutes, even if I should connect, because it is online. Because what we're going to do is, see, in the search plugin box, we're going to type in File Manager. If you type in a plugin, it'll look it up, and then you can hit install. It'll automatically install it to your WordPress. I already got it installed, so that's why we're not doing that. So you can use this link to download to your local Kali box. So if you want to go, you can go to this link, and you can download it locally, and you can install it yourself on your box. See, once you have saved and downloaded the WP File Manager file, you will need to manually upload to WordPress. Now, if you see, once the plugin is installed successfully, you need to select or checkbox WP File Manager and Plugins and select Activate. Once we activate it, which mine's already activated, we can now use our plugin. In the dashboard, you will notice a new application called WP File Manager, which we already saw in our plugins. Double-click to open and navigate to WP Content. So, if we come back over here, see, Upload Plugin. If you type in search plugins here, you can go WP File Manager, and it should look online for you. I'm not sure if it's going to work over here, but let's see. See, this is giving me an unexpected error. And I think it's because the way I've got this VM set up, I don't want it to go out to the internet through WordPress because I was afraid it might take me somewhere malicious and get my VM, a virtual machine, infected. Yeah, it's just sitting there. It's taking a while. I don't know if it's going to find it. Okay, either or. Is it coming up? See, keyword WP File Manager. Yeah, see, it's not finding it here. I could try again. But I gave you the link where you can get it and you can upload it. So, if we come in here, all right, we're going to come to install plugins. See, there's our users. It should actually already be here, if I'm thinking right. Let me see, if I scroll down some more. Wait a minute. There it is. All right. So if you notice, it is installed, but it's right here on the bar. So WP File Manager, right? And we're going to go to WP File Manager to open it up so you can see what it looks like. And it's going to be a file directory structure. And I have a screenshot, so you'll see here in just a second. So you can buy the Pro version. We don't need the Pro version. So if you notice, it's got a file structure format layout. So if we come back here to Mr. Robot, see, we see the same file structure. And if we scroll down, see, double click to open, navigate to WP content. Note, we can see we have read and write permissions. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here and look at WP content in this file manager. So if we come here, we look down here, scroll a little bit, we're already there. So WP content right here. Now, if you notice, there's a folder here that we got. See, we got uploads, we got plugins and languages. Now, if you notice, there's two things that won't be on yours. There's an index PHP, which should be on yours, but notice PHP reverse shell. Now, I'm going to show you how we set this up, but I've already uploaded a shell, and this is how we're going to make communication to talk to the shell. So, if we come here, see, we will now download the PHP payload reverse shell from Pentest Monkey. So it's a shell that's already written, but you're about to see how it looks. Once downloaded and saved, we will now unzip our PHP shell. You go to CD downloads, which is where it was saved at if you saved it in the downloads directory. And I'll come back up here, up here, up here, up here, up here, up here, up here. Oh, down, 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 down. We're getting near the end, so there's a few more steps. Okay, so downloads, you're going to go to LS. This is tar is called unzip. This is how you unzip the file. It's in a GZ file. So it's a zip file, but it's tarred. So you use the tar command to unzip it. And if you come down here, we're going to see, we're going to LS. Now you can view your PHP reverse. No longer zipped and extracted. Okay, so it'll unzip it and it'll put it in here. So if you see, there's the zip file. And then there's our shell, PHP reverse shell 1.0. Now you can view it, right? So if we scroll down a little bit more. Now let's edit our PHP shell. We will use Nano. Nano is an editor in Linux. It's a basic editor. There's another one called Vim, which is really good, but we're going to use the basic editor. However, there are other text editors with Kali, such as CV and Vim, but we're going to stick with Nano. So you're going to go to CD downloads, okay? And then we're going to go LS. So let's do that. Follow along. So come up here, Control Shift T. We're going to go CD downloads, DOWN downloads. Okay, we're going to LS. Now we see our shell. See, if we look right there, PHP reverse shell 1.0, right? Now we're going to open up Nano. So let's get over here to show you here. So right here, if you see, we're going to go to downloads. We're going to CD into that PHP reverse shell, okay? And then we're going to type in Nano once we get to that shell, okay? So let's copy and paste this. It's long, and we want to make sure Linux is very picky if you don't spell things correctly. So we're going to come back here. Now notice we're in CDPH shell or reverse shell, and we're going to go Nano, and we're going to type that in one more time. So if you see here, it's going to be Nano PHP reverse shell PHP, okay? And then the editor will pop up. So let's copy, bring this back over here. Let's just get that command out of there. So it's already copied and pasted. All right, so paste. Now our editor opens. Now since, let's see what we did here. Because I'm not writing some stuff. Okay, so this we don't have to worry about. But this one, we do want to rename it. And we're going to call this Nano. Nano. And let's call it PHP reverse shell. Okay. So now we got the reverse shell. Okay. And pull this back over. Okay. All right. Now, you're going to arrow manually to go down through. Because if you notice, we're right here. Okay. In our text editor. So what we want to do is we want to go down. See how the cursor's moving? Because there's a specific point in the code that we're going to fill in. And I'm going to show you. If you look here, see, we open it in the nano editor. We're going to scroll down until we see this. Okay. So this picture, if you look here, see, scroll down, it's going to get to right here. Set time limit 0. But see, it says change this. We're going to change this IP address and this port number. Now, what we're changing this to, see, we will edit this IP number to 131. Now, you remember, Kali Linux is 131. 133 is the victim, Mr. Robot. So what we're trying to do is we want to have this IP, which is our IP, and we want to have it sent back to our Kali. See, changed to your Kali IP and sent back to us on port 4444. This is a listening port. Because what we're going to do is once we connect, we want to have a port open so we can listen back on the connection. So to find your Kali IP, use this command. If you all remember, ifconfig. The result, remember, Ethernet 0 is going to come back. My IP address, remember, was 131. Yours will be different depending on your machine. And so my IP reverse shell edit will look like this. See, 192, 168, 148, 131, and port 444. Okay, 4. Sorry, there's 4 digits. So now once we have changed our IP, we will use Control X. So if we come here, let's scroll down. So you guys can see what I'm talking about. Gotta keep going, keep going. If you don't know too, any slashes like in the front forward slashes, those are comments. So that's not actually code. So the computer, that's for humans to read. So if we keep going down, you'll start seeing where the code is. See? Right here, set time, that's where the code is. Now, if you already notice, change this. 192, 168, 148, 131. I've already changed it. This will be your Kali Linux IP address, and I put 4444. Now we're going to hit Control X. As you see, these are the commands here, which means it's going to save and exit this. So we're going to go Control X. We just saved it, okay? Now, you're going to save it on your desktop. Now, I've already got it uploaded here. But what we're going to do is, you won't have that. So, we just changed our Linux text editor. We changed our reverse shell. Okay, so once we have it changed, okay, right here, there's my edit. Okay, our PHP reverse shell has now been edited and ready to use. Let's open our root home folder located on the desktop. File Manager, Downloads. Open the PHP reverse shell folder and right-click File to select and open with the mouse pad. Because what you're going to do is, if you remember, we can navigate. So what you're going to do is, we're going to take that folder and we're going to upload it to WP content. And we can come over here. So if you see right here, upload files. If you click this, you can now drag and drop your file in here, and it's going to put it in this directory. Now, the main thing is you got to remember this directory when we get ready to navigate. So it's going to be 192.168.148.133 WP content / PHP reverse shell. You're about to see. We got to navigate to it so we can communicate with it. Because now it's going to be uploaded on the Mr. Robot server. So we scroll down. So as you see here, we will okay, this is a different way I was showing you. Okay, so let's right here. That was the second way. Okay, now we're going to open a new terminal and we're going to set up a thing called netcat. Remember, cat means it can pull things down, copy, right? I forgot what the definition means, but it's like echo. It can take and copy things down, pull it down. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up a netcat listener and we're going to put NVLP. So it's going to listen on this port 44444. So once we make communication, you're going to see it's going to communicate back to us. So we come here. We're going to click here. Control Shift T. And if y'all don't know, this Mr. Robot is not a beginner CTF. This is more of an intermediate. So that's why I'm trying to say a beginner, you'll probably be like, whoa, this is deep. I wasn't expecting all this. I thought it was going to be. And again, it's easy. Once you understand, and hopefully I'm giving you all a bunch of information that after seeing this, you can go back and repeat it. And again, the PDF will be freely available. And you can follow the steps just like I'm doing and copy and pasting. Eventually, you'll be able to go through it, though, and you're going to understand exactly why you did what you're doing. The CTF don't take that long. I'm just making it long here because I'm trying to explain things in detail, and I'm adding a whole bunch of extra stuff that y'all might not think are relevant, but I think it is, and the resources will be very helpful. And again, as a newcomer, you don't know the fundamentals. So I'm trying to fill in the gaps to hopefully get you a better understanding. So again, we open up our new terminal. Let's type in, rename the session, and we're going to call this netcat listener. There we go. Okay. Come back over here. Whoops. Mr. Robot. Now, all we got to do is we're going to tell it to listen on port 44444. And then the magic's about to begin. All right. So if we come here, we're going to right click. We go paste. Now notice it's listening. It's waiting because we have not navigated to that directory yet. So now if you look here, we're going to scroll down here. Okay, that was the Metasploit. Now, if we see here, now in your browser, we're going to navigate to that script. Okay, you will now see netcat terminal show in the connection like this. Okay, so netcat, and once it connects, it's going to tell us that it just connected. Okay, so what we're going to do is come here. Okay, that's Metasploit. I'm showing you 3 different ways. So I'm trying to get to after we connect. Okay, control. Let's return our Metasploit terminal. Start reverse TCP. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Bingo. There's the interpreter. Okay, that's the interpreter. Okay. I think I missed a step for you guys. Because that's the Metasploit. Okay, because I want to show you. All right, so if we see here, we know this was in WP content. So let's change this right here. Go back. Okay. We're going to go / WP -content / let's get rid of this. Now, if you see PHP reverse shell. Now, it looks like it did nothing, but let's go back over to our netcat listener. See? It now connected. See? Connected to 1.9. See, it connected back to us. It's a reverse shell. So it reversed the connection back to us. Now, as you see, we are now sitting on this box. Now, if you see, we got a $sign in the terminal. That $sign means we are a user. Now, if you notice here, these are daemons. These UIDs, think of them as roles, okay? Certain features that you have. So when you think of group policies, okay? So if you see here, GID1 is a daemon, UID daemon, groups 1 daemon. We're in the bin sh folder in the directory. Now, the thing is, let's see what we can actually do here. The first thing we want to do is we want to spawn a shell. So we want to make a shell where we can communicate with it, but have it give us information back in a clean format that looks clean and nice on us. And we want to make sure it can stay persistent. Because right now, if you don't know, if Mr. Robot was to turn his computer off right now, we would lose connection. We'd have to go through all this again, trying to get a shell back on him. But what we want to do, we want to stay persistent. We want to be able to stay there. So if he does turn off the computer, we will still be able to stay persistent on a connection. Now, the thing is, we're going to spawn our shell just for more of a format. And I'll get into later techniques and other videos on how we would stay persistent and get around firewalls. But notice, there's no security in place. Nothing's tried to stop us yet. On a regular computer or regular network, you would have hit a firewall by now, which would have booted us. So let's come back up here because I knew I skipped a step here. Let's see. Okay, there's nano. Yeah, let's scroll back up here. This is going to be in the first part. I want you all to see this to show the shell. Okay, netcat. Okay, MSF console, right. Where did I type for you to see? Okay, that's my exploit. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. I want to get out of the interpreter though. Okay. All right. I passed up the part. So there was 3 techniques we were using. And that last one was using Metasploit, and you could go through a command console. Metasploit is a very big topic. That's why I want to definitely cover a whole video on that as well. Okay. So right now we're going to spawn our shell. So right now, see, we can type in ID, right? And the thing is, we also want to check and see what type of software they got on here, right? So we're going to come here and we're going to go ID. As you see, it gives us the daemon. Now we also want to say which version of Python are they running here, because we want to make sure we can run a Python script. So we can we can spawn our shell more with Python. Okay, so we're going to go which Python. So if you notice, Python is loaded on his computer because it's in user bin Python. So that's good to know. Okay. So if you notice here, we're going to now write a script in Python. So this is going to be Python-C, which is going to import this PTY, and it's going to spawn this shell in a bin bash shell. So what we're doing is we're spawning a shell in bash so we can communicate. And we will go through a course on bash scripting. That's one of our first ones that, again, when I told you about terminal and command prompt. So come back up here. Come here. Paste to the clipboard. Now notice the prompt changed. We are now daemon. See, we're not the $ anymore. We are a daemon user. And we are now on Linux. So now what we can do is we spawn the shell. Come back up here. Note our terminal is changed. See, the daemon Linux instead of the $. If you notice, the daemon Linux, we're going to put PWD, which stands for print working directory. We want to see which directory we are located in, okay? Hopefully, it's going to come back with that / because that means we will be in a root directory. So, come back up here. Let's type in PWD. PWD. Notice, PWD gives the /, so we are in daemon Linux. Good. So, come back to the next step. Now, if you know anything about folders, even on Windows and stuff, they have permissions. So we have read and write permissions. Not every folder can always be written to. And again, if you're not an administrator, you can't always read and write. Now, if you notice what we're going to do here, we're going to go LSLA home, okay? And then when we get here and stuff, it's going to give us these directories. Now, notice it says root, 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 root. And then there's a robot text here. But notice, we're not root, we're daemon. And if you look over here to the side, see this WX? This means read and write. So directory read, so you can read the directory, you can write the directory. And these X's, that means we don't have permissions. So wait a minute, that means we're limited. So think of on a Windows computer. If you have a guest account, that guest logs into your account, they can't look at your pictures and look at your folders and files. Why? They don't have the permissions. And they can't create folders and they can't create files if you have it configured correctly. So the thing is, well, we have to get around this somehow. This is called escalating our privileges. We're trying to get admin role. So what we're going to do here is, so let's go LSLA home so you can see this. So if you notice, see, read, write, X is execute. So execute, read, execute, execute. We do not have permissions to do this. See, we're blocked out. So you got to be root. So how are we going to do this? Well, let's step through some more. So if you now notice here, in the daemon Linux, we can go cd home robot. And once we get to this robot, because we can navigate to the different file system, right? So what we want to do is, well, wait a minute, there's this robot file on here. What does it have in this robot file? And if we can access this robot file, maybe we can grab permissions from that file. So where am I at? Oh, the stupid thing keeps moving on me. Yes, yes, yes. We're not there yet. We're almost at the end where we're about to completely own this box and become God row. So we've already done that. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So we'll copy this. Copy. All right. Now we're in the robots in the robots folder. See how everything's changed? Home robot. Let's grab our next command. LSLA, which is going to give us a short list. What? Oh, I'm already in that folder, duh. ls-la. All right. So now if you look here, we got access where we can read, but we can't write. But if you see in this folder, there's a password raw file, which is an MD5 hash, and this is our second key, 2 of 3. So we're almost there. We found our second key. Now the thing is, can we access and get these? The thing is, we're not going to be able to, because notice this robot, it can only read and write. We still don't have permission. See, we can read, but we need to get this file. So let's see how we're going to do this. So let's go down a little bit further. See, we have now found key 2 of 3 text and an MD5 hash password. We can't sudo. Sudo means super user, okay? So we can't sudo robot and gain access to our key 2 without a password. But if we can decrypt the password, maybe we can escalate our privileges and be able to read the password and gain access to our second key. So let's come down. I give you a little article here, a Linux file permissions complete guide. So it tells you what each one of these permissions mean in a Linux system. Windows is different, but similar applications. Okay. So let's continue, shall we? The commands. We're going to go to daemon Linux, and we're going to go file password raw MD5. Now, the reason we want to do this is we want to see how is this file encrypted. So if we come here, whoops, back here. As you notice, it's AXI text. AXI, if you understand, is like plain text, which is a good thing for us. So let's come down a little bit more. And if we go to the next step, we're going to type more password raw. Now, the thing is, this should give us, since that's AXI text, it should show us that text in raw format, right? And as you see, it's going to give us a username and a password. And this is about to come in handy once again. So if we click here, paste to the clipboard. I typed in the wrong command. Come back up here. This is a lot easier too on a double monitor, just so you guys know. All right, paste to the clipboard. By help if I can. No. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. That's right. It's not going to let me autofill. Okay. So we're just going to type it in so I don't have to copy file password dot raw dash MD5. All right. So again, okay, yeah, robots, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So now if we come down here, we've got the more password. We got this robot right here. Okay. So we're going to decrypt our MD5 hash. Now the thing is, we could try to do this on our computer. Like I told you before, I don't have a GPU or good GPU, like an actual external GPU, well, internal GPU, like an actual video card, besides what's built into my laptop. So this will take forever. So what we're going to do is use one that's online and use their servers and their processing power. So see, we can use an online decryptor. We can decrypt ourselves with Hashcat. So you can do it, but again, my hardware is not going to be able to do that. So we will try both ways for fun. And I did do this, and I'm just going to let you know it took me hours to do it with Hashcat with my laptop. And I'm not going to sit here for hours. When I made a video for my students, I had to pause it and pick back up when it was done. Now, if you guys want to see in real time, it's not like the movies where you just get in and get out. As you see, this stuff takes time. And some hashes could take days, weeks, months, sometimes years. And if you don't understand hackers, they got a lot of time, free time on their hands. So let's decrypt our MD5 password. So we're going to grab this password. Oops. Be nice if I could copy the whole thing right for once. Okay, right click, copy. So we can use an online decryptor with hashcat. We will try both ways for fun. We're going to use the online decryptor here. Save us time. It still should be up, hopefully, because I've wrote this year. Well, I told you, like in 2021 or whatever. So hopefully this website's still up. It should be. It was a popular decrypting site. Yes, it's still here. All right. So if we scroll down, come on. What's going on? Is my browser acting stupid? Okay. No. I don't care about that. Take the hamburger off again. Okay. So what we're going to do is, as you see, we can reverse our MD5 decoder. We can calculate an MD5 hash. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to decrypt it. Okay. So we're going to reverse. So we're going to take our hash and we're going to paste it in here. And where's my decrypt button? Decode. So decrypting, it's going to take a few minutes, but it's going to take a lot faster than what it would take us to have to do this. Because if you actually look, well, it should be up. It might be here now. Let's see. Give it a second. It might have already decrypted it for us because it ain't that secure of a hash. So if you notice, here's the copy. I can copy the value. If you notice, it's the letters of the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way through Z. So let's copy this. We now got the password that we need to get into that folder. It was password protected. So we're going to crack the password, which we just did. So let's come back over here. So just type in, which we did. As we see, our result comes back. MD5 digest. Decrypted it. A, B, C, D, F, G. Now let's return to our reverse shell and try this command. So we're going to go SU, which is sudo, which means super user. We're going to become super user and robot, and now it's going to ask us for the password. So come back over here. We're going to go sudo or super user robot. So that's the user's name. And now it's asking us for the password, which we know is the alphabet. Let's paste that in. Now notice, we're no longer daemon. We are now robot. So now we became robot user. We escalated our privileges. I can now access that password, that flag 2 that we've got. So that's one way of escalating privileges. Well, we cracked the password to get in. We're getting ready. We escalated up to root, but now we're about to take full control of this box. So if you notice here, we now have robots privs. Okay. Once we have our MD5, this is the interpreter. We don't need that information anymore. We've already done that. Okay. So what we can do is we can go ls-a and then we can cat this. So let's do that so you guys can see that. All right. So ls-a, if you see, key 3 password, and we're going to go cat, and we're going to go key 2 of 3. So we can see it. There's your second key. You would make a note of this, submit it in. You got your second flag. We got one more to go, and then we're finally finished. So if we come back here we could go here. All right. So we've already spawned our shell. We did that. Okay. So we covered all 3 techniques to spawn the shell, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now what we can do here is we saw the key 2 of 3. We've already did this. But now what we want to do is, just so we can verify, you can use a who am I command. I didn't show this just a minute ago, but just we see right here, we're robot. But let's just verify to make sure that we've escalated. Who am I? Notice we are robot, so it's verified. So that's why we have privileges. As you saw those privileges before, we weren't robot. Robot has permissions to access those documents. Now we're robot. All right, so next step. So see, we have our second key. Congrats, 1 more key to go. Okay, let's try Hashcat now. We don't need to do that because we've already cracked it by using it online. So that's showing you how to use Hashcat. Okay, no device is found. Once decrypted, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is the last part here. And this gives you, I gave a link if you want to learn to use Hashcat for beginners. There's a tutorial right here that you can read about it. But we've already did it online. So our time, okay, time for our last key and prune this box and become root. Let's do this. So we're going to LSLA again. And notice right here, we're going to go, we're going to go into CD root, okay? So let's try to change the directory and see if we can become root. So CD/root. Oh, see, permission denied. So think of if somebody was trying to be on your Windows box, like mine is Jack, and you tried to log into Jack. Well, permissions denied. You don't have permissions or a role to be able to access that. So now we have to escalate the privileges. And you can do this in Windows too. Kali's a little bit different, but the techniques are pretty much the same. You'll see what we're about to do. Okay, so permissions denied. Okay, we understand that. So wait, where are we at? Permission denied. Okay. Come on. Okay, a little bit more. See, it appears we do not have permissions for the root directory. We can search for permissions for the root directory using this command. So now I'll give you a list. Again, this command you will learn in some bash script, but that link is going to tell you all about permissions. Because as you see here, we're looking for this permission called 4000, which is user root execute lsld. Now you'll see what we're talking about here. So if we type this here, so what it's going to do is going to find, it's searching for any permissions with this 4000, which is a user root, and then it's going to return back this developer null command. So let's see. See, now it's giving us all the permissions and all the folders of robot directory. Now, what we're going to do is look through these folders and see, is there anything maybe with a bin bash or something that we might have privilege to with the privilege we've already got? And we might be able to use that to escalate to root. So if we come here, if you look through this list, you might not be able to see it, but I'm going to show you something that points out. If we look here, by observing this result, we have nmap permission. Remember nmap? Nmap's how we scan devices. Well, wait a minute. If we have a permission for nmap, we might be able to do something with that because there's a known exploit for older versions of nmap that we can use. So if we check the version of nmap running and it is older, then we can escalate privileges with a flag command. So if you look here, this root right here, there's a US local bin nmap. See, we have permission to that. So let's try it. So we're going to go to that folder and we're going to see what version of nmap we're running. Again, you will learn this stuff in trial and error the more CTF real world experience you have. So if we type that, we're looky there. 3.81, that's a very old version. And notice, insecure.org nmap. So it's telling us already it's insecure. So if we sit here and look this up, see, great. We do have an older version of nmap 3.1, and it uses the interactive flag. That's where the vulnerability lies. You don't want to have this flag engaged on nmap, because now, since I can interact with it, I could give it commands to make it do something it wasn't designed to do, which is now a backdoor to escalate my privileges, so I now can become root. As you see here, we're going to use that flag interactive. So since we're right here, we're going to go nmap interactive. And with one simple command, you're going to see how easy it is that now I escalated my privileges like somebody could do on your Windows box, and I'm going to become you. So, see, now if you see how the prompt changed, we're at nmap. That means I can give nmap commands. So, since I can run and execute commands with nmap because I have these permissions, we can exploit this. So if we come down, and I give you a little article that talks about this attack, that we can, this vulnerability. So if you can see here, here's the nmap, starting nmap v381, right? So what we can do is nmap interactive, we're going to go sh, and what this is going to do, it's going to execute a shell for us. And remember what a shell does? It lets us talk to the computer itself. And now I can execute commands. So if we come back here, with this simple command, we now just escalated our privileges. If you now notice, this went to a £. This means we have a different user account. And like I said, when we get into networking, we're using Cisco, you're going to understand how these permissions change. And it gives us extra features that we can use. Now, what's nice about this is, if I type in ID, we're going to now see, we can type in who am I after we do this. Remember, it's going to identify just so we can verify what account we are. So, we were robot before, right? But now we're trying to get to root, which is the core. You understand? It is the God level role that anybody wants on any box is to become root level. So we type in ID, user ID, UID 1002, which is the file permission. It says we're robot. So let's type in who am I, just to verify. Look who I am. I'm root. I just became God role. So now, if you look here, we can now go CD root, and now we can get that last key that we didn't have access to. So, come back here. Let's go CD /root ls-la to list our directory files. And if you notice right here, key 3 text right there, we're going to copy that. And we're going to go cat. I'm going to paste this. And now it gives us our last flag. Now, if you guys stuck along with me through all this, see, ls, first boot done. So we got our key. We can now look at all the file directories on this system. And I give you some resources here. See, resources, attack and defend, privilege, Linux privilege escalation. So it tells you how to attack and also defend against this type of attack. And if we come down here, let's pull up here so we can go through what we've learned. So again, we can attack and defend. Also the SUID executables, some resources for that. But if you notice here, congratulations, you pooned to Mr. Robot CTF and collected all 3 flags and gained root access privileges. And what have you now just become? Yes, you now can call yourself Hacker Man. You are Mr. Robot. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. You now can officially say, hey, you're a hacker. And the reason why is if you followed along with me, you can now share your own little write up. And maybe you can find other different ways on how you can exploit this CTF that we did and show others. So you can't just say it, you can actually show people your work. See, anybody can say whatever they want, but the people that can actually prove themselves and show what they know, that goes a long way. And employers will look at this. And again, if you don't want to call yourself a hacker, you could say pen tester, but the thing is, this isn't really pen testing. Pen testing is a little more, it's more real world, it's more engaging. So we'll just say hacker for right now. Now, you're not an elite hacker yet. That's a 1337 elite hacker, but you will work your way there. Now, if you guys like this one, I got many other CTFs that we can work on. They're older, but we got some that get really complex. I got another one that we'll probably cover next, which will be a forensic CTF, which is going to go through a lot more applications and that you'll be able to use and see. Now, the thing is, hopefully I gave you enough information here to kind of see what a hacker does on the back end. And you also get to see like a WordPress attack. And now let's also cover how would we protect against these attacks? Well, with WordPress, we already know, one, we don't want it to give out as much information as it did if somebody did try to type a password. I mentioned you can use WordFence, which is a firewall, which would stop people from trying to brute force to get a password in. Another thing you would never do is create a text file and host it on a web server and put a password out in plain text where everybody could see it. That's stupid, but you'll be surprised in Git repos and people that post paste bin or whatever where code is. People sometimes do put passwords and information that they shouldn't put. And this is in a corporate environment and they're putting it out there for the public. Now, the reason they put it out for the public is sometimes people need white papers and they need resources. If somebody's working from home, they got to have a database to access to get information. But the thing is, if you put passwords, other people can grab this. So that's something else that we just learned. Another thing we learned, update your software. As you notice, any outdated software, if it's not updated, I can find exploits through exploit database and Metasploit. Now, we were doing it manually, but if we use Metasploit, we can automate this where I don't have to do any of this. I can run a couple of tools. It'll look, research everything for me, and then start executing when it finds information. I can hit trigger points. So it's become a lot easier now. The thing is, though, that's all these are tools. Every electrician, every person that's in a construction, anybody that's into woodwork, craft, a craftsman has tools. And it's great to have the greatest of tools. Yeah, you want to have good tools. But what good are your tools if you don't know how to use them or how they work? So that's the thing too, like a script kiddie. Some people call themselves hacker because they know how to run tools, but they don't understand the fundamentals behind why these attacks work, the techniques on why computers communicate the way they do. So that's why I'm trying to give people, and I can honestly tell you now, I met people coming up in the industry, they don't know basic fundamentals and they're lacking in them. They're good hackers and they know how to break stuff. But the thing is, if you're going to become a pen tester, what good are you? Like I said, you can break it. Good for you. You got to be able to explain to engineers and developers on how they can fix these issues. So you have to speak to them in a technical way. If you can't do that, You understand? Companies are paying thousands of dollars for these pen tests. And some companies are, especially if you're a government entity, it's mandated you have to get pen tests done. It's an audit. Now, some companies, if you don't realize it, they just go through the motions and get a security audit. They don't care about your security. They don't care. They're just doing it so they don't want the government coming down on them. Now, again, nobody wants to lose their data, but some people have poor practices in business. And what I'm trying to teach people is fundamentals. They go a long way. And some of the stuff that I'm showing, some people might say, oh, this is outdated. In a way, it's not. You can learn all the new gadgets and the new next generation stuff. At the end of the day, computers, you understand, this dates back to the 1960s and 70s. A lot of these protocols go back to the 80s. They're very old. And again, if you don't understand how a computer functions, what good is that? Especially if you're going to be in IT and tech. And again, I've seen a lot of people that are very, very, very intelligent. It just blows me away that they don't know fundamentals. Networking, I can tell you, is a skill most pen testers are lacking extremely in. But I get it. Not everybody wants to be a network administrator, a systems administrator, dealing with switches and routers. It can be boring. But the thing is, it's good to know. You don't have to be certified in it either. You just got to know the fundamentals, the basics. Like I've mentioned to y'all before, the three-way handshake. And a three-way handshake goes, it's called a SYN-ACK, and a SYN. So there's an acknowledgement. So the way it works is when you log into your computer and you're going, hey, I'm looking for Google. And then Google is going to reply back, which is the second part of the handshake, and say, hey, I'm Google. And then you're going to say, hey, I want to connect to you. So it sends these messages back. Now it's doing this in milliseconds. It connects. Now think about it of another way though. When you log into your Wi-Fi, right? Hey, I'm looking for a router. I'm a router. I want to connect to you. There's one extra step though. Unless you don't have it set up, which would be foolish because you don't want everybody on your router. It's going to ask you for a password. Oh, well, there's another attacks that we'll get into a little bit later called man-in-the-middle attacks, where what if you ever notice when your computer gets booted down, or your device gets booted down, you've got it to remember automatically to connect back to your router, your device, your router at your home. Now, the thing is, how does your router recognize your device? Because you got a password stored on your device. Now, in Windows, it's stored in a SAM file, we'll just say, and I'll show you where these are located. Now, a lot of times they're encrypted, but sometimes they're in plain text. Well, somebody could get access to that. I now know the password to your router. If I'm on your router, that means I have access to every other device on your network. So your game system, your phone, whatever's on that network. And what's great thing, we have a thing called IoT, the Internet of Things. Everything's a smart device now. It connects through the internet or your router. So if you got a smart TV, guess what? I could probably access your smart TV. I can watch you. You got your Netflix accounts, your smart little TV boxes. You got your, what is it, Amazon Siri and all that. No, that's Siri's Apple, isn't it? Amazon Alexa. So you got those little devices. You got smart refrigerators. There's so many things connected to the internet now. It's not safe. Now, one other thing I want to show you guys before we end the video. We'll go more into detail on some of this, but I do feel like it's good to mention. And hopefully I'm not freaking anybody out. I'm just trying to show you there's so many cool tools out there. I think they're cool. Some other people could say, oh my gosh, I can't believe they got information like this out there that you could spy on people. Well, now you know. And not, again, like G.I. Joe always said, right? And knowing is half the battle. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in Showdown. Now there's a paid subscription and a free subscription you can get on this. Wait for Google. Showdown search engine. Now, some people might find this very concerning, but online in tech communities, we like to call this a showdown safari. And what we're going to do on the showdown safari is, if you notice, it's a search engine for the Internet of Everything. Remember, I said IoT devices, that's the Internet of Things. But this is the Internet of Everything. Everything is connected. And I'm going to show you another little application you guys could check out you might like too. It's old, but it's for war driving, but you could still use it today. Search engine for the Internet of Everything. Now, if you notice, Shodan is the world's first search engine for internet-connected devices. So anything that's connected to the internet, you can find on this search engine. Discover how internet intelligence can help you make better decisions. So what we can do here is, if we go here, let's see, we can explore. Now, there's a pricing and a free tier and a paid tier. I'm not going to go through all these because some of this stuff is live and I don't want to dox or compromise anybody, but I'm just letting you know this information's out there. But notice what we can explore. There's categories. Industrial control systems. Now, again, we're ethical hackers. This is good information for reconnaissance because you need to be made aware of this stuff, especially if you work in the industry. You want to make sure your information is not out here on Shodan. That is a no-no. Any types of databases, network infrastructure, video games. So these are video game consoles. Now, if you notice here, we can browse and search a directory. We can look, we can enumerate minors, all this, but let's just pick a category, okay? So let's pick, I don't want to get something that's going to be, let's look at network infrastructure, okay? I just want you to see a general overview of what we can be looking at here. Okay. So if we look here, actually, let's type in a search thing here. See, because we got Showdown, we got our mask, we got our images, we got some monitor. So let's say, let's type in webcams. I pray to God, we're not going to click on these because some people might be compromised. I'm not saying you guys, who knows, you guys could be on here too. As far as I know, I could be. I pray to God I'm not. Because again, you don't want to be on a Showdown safari. Now, this information, anybody could look this up. It's public. I would like to blur this out, but just to give you an idea, it's giving IP addresses. I'm not going to click on this because it could compromise people. If you see, this is in Palo Alto, the United States, but it's showing information about this server. And as you see, it gives us a snapshot. As you can tell, this is a Ring doorbell cam. This is somebody's actual Ring doorbell. Therefore, if you clicked on this, we could probably see live time of watching somebody's Ring doorbell that's being broadcasted. If we look here, this is an Hetzner Online GmbH, United States. This is an Ashburn. It's issued by a common name. It's a webcam. It's a remote desktop protocol. They don't got a snapshot of it. We've got, let's see. This looks like some type of night cam that somebody's running. It's an academic Newtown community cable service. Okay. And again, this is all free public information. They do have a limited searching inquiries. If you sign up, though, you can actually use it, but this is free stuff that you could look at. They also break down stuff like Windows Server. If you look off to the side, we got subcategories. So say we got top products that we can look at. So some people might find this concerning, but just letting you know it's out there. We use it for intelligence and reconnaissance all the time. And again, paid subscriptions even better. Now, another thing we could look at while we're here. This is a fun app. It's called Wiggle. Wiggle.net. And you can get the app for your phone. And what this is nice is called war driving. wiggle.net. Now, this is an oldie but a goodie. What this is for is when you're looking for hotspots or free Wi-Fi connections, you would use this app. Well, what's nice about it is you got a community of people that have used this app, and what you do is you install it on your phone, and you can take GPS off, or you can leave it on, but you walk around your neighborhood or you walk around anywhere. Because have you ever wanted to know, like, let's say you wanted to find, hey, where's a free hotspot or free Wi-Fi in your area? Well, that's why we have these apps. Well, the thing is, they can actually do a little more than what you were expecting it to do. So what we could do here is, if you notice, on wiggle.net, we can look up locations. Now, if you sit here and notice, we can look up SSIDs. We can look up other people's information. So let's pick, let's see, we could view. Let's do a basic search. And as you see, this is all around the world. So you can look up your location. So even the people in the Philippines, look up your location. And you'll see all the hotspots that's been monitored and broadcasted in your area. So it's making me, why is it making me log in? It used not to do that. Do we have to log in now to use this? Oh, man. Let's see. They used not to make us log in. So you might have to log in for a free account. But this used to be, haven't used this in ages. But you should be able to see basic information. And it'll give you latitude and longitude, as you see over here. And what's nice about this is you can also upload this to Google Earth. So now if you want to have a 3D rendering model, you can now see Street View. And now you can see what Google's taking pictures of. So I can pretty much get a live view or a current view of all these hotspots. And when I say anything that's broadcasting, so wireless printers, wireless keyboards, Bluetooth devices, you got your phones, you got your printers, you got your computers, your routers, your game systems, anything with an IP address that's broadcasting. Yeah, see, this is loading now. Let's see. Should give me something. But if you see, yeah. Let's see. That's giving me some networks. Statistics over time. These are things that I've looked up. Let's see. Oh, wow, they're over 1 billion now. Look at all that. That is nuts. But hopefully it'll maybe give, they might have changed this now. You might actually have to log in, but it's a free account. You can log in. And like I said, you can type in your address. The web page is slowing down. Yeah, stop it. I don't want, why is it slowing me down? See, normally it used to come up with a map. And once we see the map, then you could actually, you're going to get SSID. So an SSID is your router. So when you name your router or you change it on your home network, you can name it, like I have one called Salt These Nuts. So the thing is, you can look that up. Everybody's SSID number. Is it giving me? Oh, yeah. See, here we go. See, there's a map. It's just taking it a while. I don't know why it's taking forever to load. Now, the thing is, it usually will give us dots, which will be, so let's see if we could find, oh my goodness. Hopefully this will be a little bit quicker on your all's end. So let's say, let's type in 2300 Jackson Street. And if y'all don't know, that's where the Jacksons were born. 2300 Jackson Street. Jackson Street. And we'll call this, what is this, Indiana? Jackson Street. Okay, well, look, we got 2300 Jackson Street, San Francisco, California. Let's just pick that one since it popped up. And let's see whose devices are there. Now, it's not going to give me names of people, but it's going to give me their devices. And we're going to see their ID numbers. So if we look here, search results, wait for it to load. Well, we could zoom in, we could zoom out. So let's give it a few more minutes here. If you guys use this, it's going to go a lot faster. I don't know why it's acting so slow for me right now. It's acting crazy. Okay, see all these little dots? These are all networks. Now, let's see. Can I go in closer? Because you can zoom in and zoom out. It's just taking forever. But all these dots, these are all networks. And when you see, we're getting closer. Now, if you put this in Google Earth, you can actually pinpoint and get locations of physical homes and the way the neighborhood's laid out. Now, that's if you do it for a neighborhood. Thing is, most people do this for businesses. So you understand, you can get blueprints, you can get all this stuff. So if you actually want to do reconnaissance on a building, because pen testing, there's two types of pen testing. You got people that do it remotely, and we do pen testing, or you can do it on-prem. But then there's another type. And these are the people that actually physically, this is a physical penetration test. They pick locks, they break into buildings and try to get past security. Now, the thing is, they usually got a get out of jail free card because that company hired them to do that. Nobody else knows that they were hired to do that. So when the security shows up, they're going to treat you like you're a criminal. And they're going to call the police, and you're going to have a lot of explaining to do, and you might end up in handcuffs. But once you show them your little get out of free card, you should get out of jail. However, there have been stories to where sometimes the police, you understand, aren't going to just take your word for it. So they got to get verification. And they're going to treat you like a criminal. So do not be surprised when they grab you and throw you to the ground and put handcuffs on you or pull guns on you, especially if you're at a bank or something. So again, this is a very exciting field. A physical pen test, I've never got to do one of those. I've heard stories and they look like they would be really fun. But again, it's a great career. So hopefully I gave you all a good bunch of information today. And I'm going to come back over to the chat real quick, see if anybody's actually there. So let's go Control Alt and Alt Tab. See, very technical. Run them down. Gave me a trophy and a win for a stream. Well, thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much. I'm going to have this video uploaded. I hope you guys found this very educational, very informative. And I'm going to work on a Discord. So I will, I'll provide I'm trying to think how I want to do this because I want to be able to vet people that's coming in because I just don't want any random people being able to join because I want to make things secure for you guys that are actually wanting to learn more and that are interested in what I'm trying to share and teach you guys. So, trying to think how I could do this. I do have a Facebook that's just random. I could share that and people could reach out to me there. Or what I could do is just make a random Discord where anybody can join and then I can vet people that way. And when I say vet, I mean verify people. I want to make sure we don't got any people that are there for malicious intent and that everybody's there to actually learn. And then through the Discord, I could share more information with you guys, links and resources and all that. And then I'll provide through that the link to my course that I'll be offering. Like I said, it's like Google Classroom, and that'll be more of a educational environment, learning on your own. But again, I'll be there to instruct you. It'll be more formal. And when I say formal, it's laid back. It's not going to be suit and tie and all that, but you can work at your own pace. So hopefully, like I said, I gave everybody some good information and that you guys really enjoyed this. And I truly appreciate everybody that support me. And I don't just do music. So I do actually technical stuff. And as you see, This is beginner level. However, I'm going to break it down into more simple chunks so everybody can come up at the same speed. And once we all get up to the same level of speed, we're going to branch out. And the way I'm going to set the Discord up is it'll be kind of like a choose your own adventure. There's so many different avenues in IT. Once everybody learns the fundamentals, now you can pick and choose your niche that you're interested in. So we could do reverse engineering. We could do cybersecurity. We could do pen testing. We could get into coding. We could have different this different job careers. Now, again, some will be deep dive. I don't know everything. I don't claim to know everything, but I feel like I'm pretty well versed on a wide range of topics. And the thing is, I do know other people and other communities and servers that are out there that know way more than I do and are very technical. I know a lot of buddies in the networking field, and I'm trying to tell you, I got multiple servers that you guys can join and you can learn tons about networking. I'll give you the fundamentals and the basics. I can get you up to CCMP level, which is a professional level. And at that level, you can make 80 to over $100,000, six figures, no problem. But again, that takes time. And if I'm going through the certifications, if you don't know how certification works, they usually expire every 2 years and you have to go recertify again. They're always changing the exams. So most people start out with CompTIA certifications, which is basic IT. And I'm going to go through and I'll explain all this to people that are newcomers. You got A plus, which is PC repair and understanding hardware and functioning of computers and printers. Then you got Network Plus, which is networking. Then you got Sec Plus, which is security. Once you usually get all three of those, they got other branches you could go out into. They got a Pen Test Plus, but I would say the Network Plus is it's not vendor specific. So I would say if you're going to do networking, get CCNA because Cisco is worldwide. It's one of the largest. There's other vendors out there, but this is vendor specific. Cisco, once you pass their certification, they can pretty much help you get a job. And they will verify because now you've got a number for a certification, and Cisco will verify that. So when an employer checks it, you're verified. Now, again, it's an entry level certification, but we will go through all this. And I will give you the information that will prepare you 100% to pass the exam. Now, the thing is, I'm not going to say by watching my material that you're guaranteed to pass. I'm just trying to tell you if you pay attention to the material, I will cover all the topics that's on the exam. I will give you the labs. The rest is on you. When you go take that exam, make me look good. Make yourself look good. I can only take you so far, and then the rest is on the individual. But again, if that's what people want to do, and if not, if you're just a geek like me and you don't want to do certifications, I can start showing you how you can repair your computers, how to replace your memory. There's a lot of things that we could do. So I can show you basics. If you just want to make a simple website and you want to host it and do whatever, we're going to cover that. So there's many basic topics. I think I got enough information and topics that'll be a little tidbit for everybody. So again, no matter your background, no matter your education, no matter what you know, all are welcome. Now, the thing is, for younger people, I'm trying to set these videos for 18 and older. So if you are younger and you are watching one of these videos, I do request anybody in my community, we respect one another. We can all, cut up and say things. I sometimes have a mouth on me too, but I like to be courteous to everybody. Not everybody likes offensive language. It's not the most courteous and it's not professional. And I'm trying to be professional, but I am a laid back guy too. I have my days. I can say things that are off, when I say off color, somebody might take it offensive. I'm not trying to be offensive. But the thing is, I know the streets. I was in the Marine Corps. I know enough about life. So I'm just trying to let everybody know everybody's welcome as long as we're all respectful to one another. But I think we'll all be fine. I'm not Mr. Ban Happy. I don't like to lay ban hammers. I'm a pretty laid back person. In the Discord, once you join, there will be rules and guidelines that you will have to accept before you can start typing or using the Discord. Everybody will agree to this. If not, then you don't become part of the server. I do that. One, it protects me and it protects you. Now, again, for anybody underage, Discord, I think the minimum age is 14. So you can be on Discord. The only thing is, I'm going to make rows. So when people join, if you're 18 and older, you will have a specific row for that age group. Anybody under 18 will have, because I'm going to have certain channels for age groups. So therefore, with younger people, it's without parents and permission and them signing some type of waiver. I don't always feel comfortable hanging around with minors. I know I can behave. It's just I'm responsible for other people and I can't control what other people say. And I know it's the internet. People can be very offensive and say things. And the thing is, it's also protecting your minor child. There are weirdos out online. I think we all know they exist. And I hate those people. And I will get those people arrested in a heartbeat. But the thing is, I don't know what people are saying offline. If they're sitting here in the Discord, I can monitor it. But if they start private messaging, I can't control that. And I don't want to be involved in any type of situation like that. But if I do get wind of it, you will be permabanned, and I will report you to Discord, and I will report you to law enforcement if you live in the United States. There's certain words I don't want to use because I know YouTube will ban us. But I think we all know where I'm getting at here. There are, we'll just call them predators online that prey on minor young children. And us as adults, we're here to protect children. I'm a father. My kids are grown, but I have a granddaughter. I think all parents, we don't want nobody, any adult, being disrespectful to our kid online or talking to our kid inappropriately online. So I do take that very seriously. So it's nothing against any minors. I'm just going to say you will have your own special channel. You can talk amongst yourselves. My videos, I will do everything I can to mentor and do all that, but there will be no private messaging, none of that. Now, with the adults over 18, we're all adults. We all know how to hopefully behave and how to respect one another. We can do that. Because I just know adults, sometimes we talk about certain things that maybe younger people probably might not need to hear. Because again, and I'm not talking about anything perverted. I'm just talking, sometimes you like to talk with other people about grown folk business. Sometimes we have bad days. Because this ain't just a server where we're just going to learn and stuff. It's also a place where you get to engage and meet new people and participate. And again, just have fun, sharing and learning. That's what my community is all about. So if this sounds like something for you, definitely let me know. And I thank everybody for watching the video. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I've been up pretty much all day since last night, and I've been going. So if you guys didn't get to see earlier, I did make a little music stream, and I did try to do a little bit of the CTF, but my system was acting up. So hopefully this time the video should be good. Audio quality should be better. And I might make another little video. I don't know, maybe doing a little bit more singing because it is still 4th of July weekend and no work and everybody's free. So like I said, maybe come and hang out and stuff. My peeps in the Philippines, if you did stick around, I thank you very much because I know right now it's about 2 o'clock in the morning for them. There's a 12-hour difference. But for my American friends that stuck around, again, I thank you. Thank everybody for the support. And I love you guys. And I'll catch you again on the flip side. As always, keep smiling and Semper FI. Jimmy out. Talk to you guys later. Have a good one. So I'll stop sharing, end stream, and peace. See you later.